Test, test. Is your green light on?
My green light is on. That light is on.
Testing 1, 2.
Here's Jeff. Here's the tech man. Here's the tech man. Jeff,
Is the internet working? Public internet? Public internet's not working.
uh-oh. Thank you for your patience. Jeff will fix it. Oh. Is that what that means? A little bit better? Okay, all right. All right, so we've had our roll call, and I did note that, which you may not have heard earlier, we have 3 items on the agenda for our special call meeting. And I would like to know, is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to items 1, 2, or 3? Yes, sir. Would you come up to the... What? Now, it's the special agenda item. It's not you yet, I don't think. Okay? No, I think I know what y'all are here for. Okay, so there's no comments from the audience, commissioners. And our first one is the permanent encroachment agreement to resolve the decade-old encroachment of the structure at ACCGov Right of Way.
Ms. Mayor Pro Tem, can we do suspension of rules?
I'm going to do it at the end.
At the end?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am. I'm following Madam Clerk's,
Well, that's what we want to follow.
I'm following Madam Clerk. So is there any discussion? Okay, she told me now to suspend the rules. We're going, can I get a motion to suspend the rules?
So moved.
Second? Got a motion, second, all in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Number 1 on your agenda, and commissioners, you should have that. Is there any discussion from commission?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Been motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
The next is going to be the bulk fire apparatus purchase, and this one will come with an ordinance, but is Attorney Drake, would you like to read the ordinance?
An ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for the purchase of fire apparatus and for other purposes.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I'll second.
Been motion and second that we will approve item number 2, bulk fire apparatus. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Now we're moving down to item number 3. It's the 2024 Juneteenth event coordinator. Motion from the floor or discussion?
Motion to deny?
Is there a second to deny?
I'll second it.
It's been motioned and seconded to deny item number 3. Madam Chair, I guess we're going to,
Discuss.
is there a discussion on this item?
Yeah, so, for the Juneteenth event coordinator, it's not a worthy cause, but I'm just wondering, with leisure services and central services, they do events across the community without an event coordinator. Can I get Manager Williams to explain why event coordinator is particularly needed for just this one event?
Well, one of the first Juneteenth celebrations that we had was actually put together by a group of community stakeholders. Now, it was held at Holland Park, I think, that first year, and Commissioner Fisher and I were talking about that because it looked like a leisure services event, and certainly staff was supporting it. But I think there was a nod to having a more formal procurement process than the first time, but still allowing the community to help, participate and help put it on. And then through the HRC, this takes the form of an event coordinator. And so this was the trajectory we started last year. If you remember, we started late the year before, so we had a process last year. We selected somebody, and that's just what we were continuing down. But certainly, we've got leisure services staff putting on a number of events. They could put something on. I don't know, how you solicit community input and participation in that. We're getting close to June now.
Okay.
Commissioner Fisher?
So, I know last year, like Commissioner, Manager Williams stated, the community took hold of this and did the event, working with our procurement office. I think there were 3 proposals that went out to different groups, and then I think Family Connection came in and they won the bid. So, do we want to use that same process, or we're asking to hire somebody within Athens-Clarke County government? Do we want to use that same process?
The former, we use the exact same process, and AADM is now the recommended vendor.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So we went through the process already?
Yes.
Okay.
We actually went through it twice, and that's exactly why you're doing this at a special call meeting. It was time for you to do it at the voting meeting, but we didn't get good response the first go-around, and so Dr. Epps sent it back out again after, just like most things, y'all, when we don't get a response, staff will call a few folks and say, hey, do you know about this? Are y'all interested? And so anyway, on the second go-around, we had some interest, and this is what is being recommended by the HRC.
And do we have a location yet on the event, or do we know yet when it's going to be held?
I don't think so.
Yes.
College Square, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it.
I did too,
I
Commissioner.
apologize. I apologize.
College
So-
Square.
So, to Commissioner's, that important point is really, because I was under the impression when I first looked at that, well, we're going to hire somebody, but actually it was just a procurement process. Okay.
Commissioner Hall?
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve, and if it's seconded, I'll explain why.
I'll second it.
All right, thanks. Yeah, if we look at most of what we've been talking about here is spelled out in histories 16 through 23, and then facts and issues 4 and 6 through 8 basically cover most of what I think has been coming up here. It looks like because we had low response to the RFP process, they actually extended it, which is part of why HRC had a whole special called session, and now we're talking about it in a special called session. And there's an attachment in the agenda item that shows the proposal that came forward. It comes with the unanimous recommendation from our HRC to use the same process we used last year, so I'd like us to go forward with it.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
There were a couple of questions from the last one, so I just want to remind you that staff did get answers. So one of the questions was, did we use the same procurement process? We've answered that. The other was, past events included inflatable slides, bouncy houses. So the question was, does the AADM proposal include kid-friendly stuff similar to past events? And the answer is no, their proposal does not include kid-friendly vendors. This was something the evaluation committee noted and mentioned to HRC because the events in prior weeks, getting those types of vendors may be difficult. That's the answer to that.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I know there was a second round for this, and that our staff reached out. Did we reach out to the people who were awarded the event last year and the year before? And were there specific reasons why more people didn't, do we know anything about why more people didn't apply?
I think so, and please fill in the blanks. I think we did get a proposal in the first round, and then the next day it got pulled. So there were some folks, and I don't know, Dr. Epps did contact the former folks. Remember, it's only 2 years.
Right.
The third year back is when it was more of a organic group. So yes, the ones that were interested last year were contacted.
If I could add, the vendor from last year has also partnered with the vendor this year.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So we have, a substitute motion from Commissioner Hull that was seconded by Commissioner Wright. I guess I need to figure out.
Roll call.
Roll call, because yours is still on the floor, yes? So we'll start with Commissioner Hull.
Yes?
Yes.
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 Taylor? Yes. Wright?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Unanimous. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, now we are going to ask for,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
will the officer in the back please escort this commissioner out? It's been motioned and seconded that we are, all in favor?
Aye.
Ask Mike.
Commissioner Poole.
Commissioner Hool.
All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. All right, now we're going to go into our regular agenda setting, and we're looking at our consent agenda. And this is from items 1 through 13. And 1 through 13. Is there any item that a commissioner would like to take off or remove?
Number 2.
Number 2? Any other items?
Number 6 and 9, almost certainly just for questions.
6 and 9
Oh, and 11, please.
and 11. Okay. So we have items 2, 6, 9, and 11. Is that it? Okay. So, from the audience, is there any item on the agenda minus items 2, 6, 9, and 11 that you would like to speak to
The consent agenda.
on the consent agenda? And I'm not going to do all this help today. Okay. Are you coming up? Please give your name and your,
My name is Benny Coleman. I live at 271 Rose Drive, Athens, Georgia, 30606. Item number 10. I vote no on it. I don't approve that at all. Number 10.
number 10. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Okay. Moving right along here, so the items that are left in, is there any discussion from any of the commissioners? Everything for consent? Okay, keep going. We might get out here kind of early after all. Now I'm going to move this to our planning director, and I'm going to step down.
Would we like to approve the consent agenda?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
I'll make a motion.
We don't vote tonight.
Oh, that's right. I'm so ready to vote.
2 more weeks.
I got in the swing of things on the special call.
I never had it figured out.
Like she said.
In that position.
Here we go. We're ready.
Oh, we've already, I was just going to turn it over to Brad. Brad, it's your show now.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have 4 items for you this evening. The first is a rezoning request at 2295 Barnett Shoals and 170 Forest. Request is rezone about 5 acres of property from RS25 to RM1. The proposed use is 28 townhome style multifamily units. I believe 20 of those are 3-bedroom and the remaining 8 are 2s, arranged along a single private street that enters into the property, single access off of Forest. And there are amenities like dog park, but that's really about it in terms of the types of amenities proposed. There really is no access, and I'll show you that in a minute, from Barnett Shoals, given the proximity of the frontage of this property to the College Station Road intersection, and the applicant has offered a voluntary binding site plan, meaning that if this were to be approved, the plan that I'm about to show you would be what they would be required to build, as shown, with any modifications that may come out of conditions added to an approval. So you see the property here, proximity, Barnett Shoals. The leg to the north is where they have acquired. Part of the proposal is an individual lot within the Green Acres subdivision that would be included in the overall development. It does currently contain a single-family residence. I'll show you a picture of that in a minute, but the intent here, if rezoned, all RM1 would be to remove that house, and that property would be the primary and sole access in and out of the project. You see here the change from RS25 to RM1. This is the lot in question and the house that would be removed. That this would be where the access back into the townhouse development would occur along Forest. And then here is the general layout. As you can see, no vehicular access off of College, or the Barnett Shoals College Station. It's really, I mean, even in terms of our traffic engineer's review, even a right-in, right-out access, given the proximity to the College Station Road intersection, would not be safe at that location. And as such, that is why they're proposing a sole access in. 28 townhomes would line a private street design going into the property with some additional parking to the rear. Planning Commission recommendation is to approve with conditions. Let me jump back here. There's a lot of discussion, and we've tried to provide you as much as we can on your pink sheets. I think without trying to put words in the mouth of our Planning Commission, I think they viewed this property and the proposed use, given the commercial frontage along Barnett Shoals, the commercial neighborhood zoning, which is kind of the salmon color, commercial general across the street, which is the Kroger Shopping Center, that this property could serve as a nice transition between those commercial uses and the single-family neighborhood of Green Acres and the townhouses, in their opinion, and the need for additional housing choices. This was an appropriate location, which is what led to their recommendation. They have asked for consideration of a couple of conditions, and I would say this was a unanimous vote by our Planning Commission. At a minimum, the applicant should provide a 12-foot paved multi-use path with a half-foot candle minimum along the entire path to connect directly from Barnett Shoals to the residences. This is the little leg of property that runs out onto Barnett Shoals that we were just talking about that we can't get vehicle access to, but there should be an ample pedestrian option to get to that intersection from the property. And that the binding site plan shall be amended to remedy the code compliance issues noted in the staff report. Those are largely around the provision of recreational amenities. The site plan, we don't anticipate that this condition would trigger any kind of substantial design. It's probably more clarification than anything at this point. But with that, the recommendation from the Planning Commission is to approve with those conditions, and their vote was unanimous.
Thank you, Brad. On item number 14. I'm on 14. What did you say? 14? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. on item number 14, is there any comments from the audience on item number 14?
Good evening. My name is Blake Underwood. I live at 160 Stanton Way. I've been a citizen of Athens for 23 years. I'm the applicant. We have been before the Planning Commission twice and proudly received unanimous approval at the last meeting. I want to discuss the changes. The overwhelming feedback from the Planning Commission and Green Acres was the desire for a binding site plan. Green Acres, the district commissioner, and the other commissioners wanted for sale product because very little for sale product is being built today. We have changed our plans, so this will be a for sale condominium complex. Added the multi-use path that connects to Barnett Shoals Road, as you can see on the plans. To address the spot zoning, we're placing a restriction on 170 Forest Road so that it can only be a single-family home in the future, plus it's a binding site plan to give duplicate protection there. Regarding the lack of compatibility with the comprehensive plan, many of the planning commissioners disagreed with this comment. Right now, there's one type of housing in the area. This project creates diversity of housing, given that it is a tiny project on the edge of a massive 418-unit neighborhood. We can't create community of diversity housing on one parcel under 5 acres. If the property were developed under existing zoning, which it never would be, there definitely wouldn't be diverse housing types. It'd just be more of the same. We 100% believe this project is the best fit for this infill parcel while also being mindful of the adjacent neighborhood. It checks all the boxes that you have been asking for. Walkable to restaurants, grocery stores, schools, jobs, and the bus line. Adds to the much-needed infill housing for our community while preventing sprawl into the green belt, which is compatible with the comprehensive plan. This is a natural step down from the heavy traffic convenience stores fronting Barnett Shoals to this low-density residential use of less than 6 units per acre to the existing single-family homes. This rezone is compatible with the future land use map. I also want to discuss the steps that we have taken to be mindful of the adjacent community from day one. Most developers will be requesting a rezone to RM2 or 3. This is a major corridor on the east side that should be higher density development. We proactively reduced the request to RM1 or 28 units. Conserving the existing tree canopy for about 80 feet compared to 10 feet required by code, our buildings will not be visible by the adjacent neighbors. The street at Forest Road will be lined with trees and shrubs to minimize the impact on the 2 adjacent homes and beautify the entrance. Traffic at peak hours, this development will only generate 1 car every 3 minutes. The reality is there are more people that support this project than are against it. Unfortunately, the only people that are against it show up or voice their opinions. Keep in mind this parcel is directly adjacent to 15 homes. 8 out of those 15 homes are currently rentals. This is over 50%. This project is not negatively impacting the community. Also, this property was one commissioner vote away from being approved for an Aldi grocery store in 2013. We are in the midst of a housing crisis and have an opportunity to make an impact.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Would anyone else from the audience like to speak to item number 14?
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of the Commission. My name is Kent Middleton. I live at 195 Clyde Road in the Green Acres subdivision. I'm president of the Green Acres Crestwood Community Association. And thank you for the opportunity for all of us to speak tonight. I've sent each of you more detailed comments than I'm allowed in the 3 minutes to speak here. I ask that the Commission to follow the advice of the Planning Department and staff and the first vote of the Planning Commission to deny the proposed housing. I ask you to agree with some 80 residents of Green Acres Crestwood who voted opposition to the project when District 8 Commissioner Carol Myers asked residents online to communicate their opinion on the proposed housing. About 30 residents attended 2 neighborhood meetings where the proposal was presented, and almost all the residents opposed it at both meetings. Some supporters of the rezoning say only a few residents of Green Acres Crestwood oppose the proposal, and those opponents are suspect because they live in the neighborhood. But most of the supporters of the rezoning, at least the ones that we've seen, appear mostly to be either property managers, developers, bankers, members of the church, or members of the Planning Commission who live far away from Green Acres. A property manager accuses the neighborhood unjustly of parochialism, of not wanting anything to be built on the church property. It is true, we have opposed every plan offered by the church over the last 20 years. First a national pharmacy, then a large grocery store, then a drive-through coffee shop, and now an early 2000s era apartment complex. So far, all of the proposals have been defeated, either because they were too large, too commercial, too auto-centric, or all of the above, to be inserted into a well-established residential neighborhood. A housing project proportionate and complementary to Green Acres would be welcome, but the present proposal of Hardy Board Apartments, copied from a rental development on Research Drive, does not complement Green Acres Crestwood, a traditional neighborhood according to the future land use plan. The proposed plan has too many units joined abreast in single buildings, too many cars, too much parking, too few features, such as perhaps brick accents, hardwood flooring, wood features and colors that would be consistent with the character of the neighborhood. I've talked with developers who suggest that more imaginative, compatible, and affordable plans are available. Drawing on the sizes, designs, and styles of missing middle housing might result in a range of homes, some of them smaller and more affordable.
Mr. Middleton,
Yes,
got one more sentence in there you could put
I
in?
do, serving a known market and also compatible with the neighborhood. So I ask the mayor and commission to deny the rezoning request
Thank you.
until we can get a more appropriate development. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to item 14?
Good evening. My name is Dan Roth. I'm at 130 Brookwood Drive in Athens. And esteemed members of the commission and fellow Athenians, thanks for letting me speak here. As a longtime resident of Athens and a proud member of the Green Acres neighborhood, I stand before you today with a plea for the preservation of our community's integrity and quality of life. I'm not just a voice, but a representative of the concerns echoing through our neighborhood. For 26 years, I've called Athens my home, and for 19 of those years, I've lived in Green Acres. My roots run deep here, and as the owner of Athens Creative Design, a small but significant business operating out of my Brookwood Avenue home, I'm deeply invested in the well-being of our community. I stand in strong opposition to the proposed development at 2295 Barnett Shoals and 170 Forest in Green Acres. This development, with its 28 units, 76 bedrooms, threatens the very essence of our neighborhood in multiple ways. First, it's utterly inappropriate in the scale of our community. Placing such dense development amidst single-family homes disrupts the harmony and character of our neighborhood. Moreover, the proposed entrance and egress between two residential homes not only devalues these properties, but it also poses safety concerns for our residents and our children. Furthermore, the impact on traffic flow cannot be overstated. In an already congested area, this development will only exacerbate the problem, making our daily commutes more stressful and hazardous. Equally distressing is the threat to our precious green space. For years, it's served as a sanctuary, shielding us from the long-standing commercial zone across Barnett Shoals Road. Allowing its destruction would be a grave disservice to our community. We must reject this proposal. We cannot allow profit-driven ventures to dictate the future of our neighborhood. Instead, let's pursue development that aligns with the values and needs of the community. You see, Athens East Side is at a crossroads. We're grappling with an identity crisis, and we've got to resist the temptation to sacrifice this unique character for short-term gains. Rezoning the parcel and limiting the number of units to a more reasonable 4 to 6 is a step in the right direction. Let's say RS8, for example, if I want to talk your language. How about a day-use-only facility like offices where people go home and we don't have the density impact? So much better than 76 more people packed into the spot where a dozen or so-called white-tailed deer are currently called home, right? So in closing, I implore you folks to stand with us, the residents of Green Acres and the other East Siders, and deny this application for this ill-conceived development. Let's uphold the integrity and sense of place that defines our beloved Athens. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody else like to speak to item 14?
Thank you.
If you want to line up, you won't have to pop up when it comes time to speak, if there are other people that like to speak after this young lady.
Good evening. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you about this project. My name is Wendy Todd, and I live at 240 Timber Creek Drive. I have been a resident of the East Side since March of 2016, and I love living there on the East Side. I believe, contrary to some others, that this new development will bring much-needed economic growth to the East Side, and these new residents are going to be consumers of the goods and services available in the community. I'm also getting to the age where I don't really maybe want to continue to be responsible for my lawn maintenance and the upkeep of my house, which makes the condos very attractive to someone like me. I wish there were more options such as this for senior citizens for condos, and as such, I think this is an appropriate proposal. In all honesty, I can't imagine a downside to moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Todd. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Jeremy Jones. I live at 72 Whit Davis Road. And so I'd like to speak to you today as a single father of two on a single income. I understand the importance of finding affordable housing that meets the needs of my family. Unfortunately, I've seen firsthand the devastating effects of short-term property rentals and affordable homes in my hometown of Blue Ridge. The shortage caused many locals to move out of the area, leading to a reliance on tourism as the county's main source of revenue. A housing shortage goes beyond just the availability of affordable homes. The shortage in my hometown led to a significant shortage of workers in the community, making it difficult for businesses to fill everyday jobs necessary for fully functioning communities. There was a ripple effect of economic decline that impacted the entire area. For an example, we had a company come in. It was a very big company, one of the world's largest manufacturers of whiskey barrels. We had contracts with Pappy Van Winkle, Southern Comfort, things like that. And even given that opportunity, nobody could live there. There was no long-term rentals. There was no houses to buy. There was nothing. And so the area was slowly drying up. So whenever I first moved to Athens, I noticed that the problem faced by Blue Ridge echoed across Clarke County. I believe the solution to this problem is to create communities that repurpose developed land within the county while meeting the expectations of the community. And as you can see on the plan here, we did leave 80 foot of green space, which, that's what this county wants, is to be able to, keep the beauty of Athens. So the shortage of affordable housing in our county is a serious issue that affects everyone and the overall economic and mental health of our community. By building on existing land, we can ensure that many more people have access to the housing they need while also preserving the natural beauty of Athens. This plan will help meet the challenges of the housing shortage by building market-valued homes with access to walking, biking, retail, and the bus line, while making the natural beauty of Athens and preserving the privacy of the surrounding neighbors. If there was a project that was perfect for Athens' needs, this would meet those requirements. I would also like to say in regards to some of the things that's been said already, I would think that, Athens would want business professionals. The opposition came up and said, well, it's bankers, it's property managers, it's this, this, and this. We're all business professionals, and just like anybody else, we're not in college. We need houses. We want to buy homes, and we want to stay here in Athens because we love it just as well. So,
I'm going to have to cut you off. Your 3 minutes is up.
can I get one more thing real
Go
quick?
for it.
So, and also it was said that an office where, you know, an office during business hours was wanted. How can you have an office without business professionals and housing?
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brad Hankins. I live at 598 Forest Road, a few blocks from the project design. Let's start with one basic fact that we actually know, and that is that this county needs middle-income, single-family starter homes. Clarke County spent money and resources establishing that fact, along with many other facts in the future development plan. How does the current proposal meet this need? To start, it removes 2 homes that fit that single-family starter home description. Both 140 and 170 Forest Road are 3-bedroom brick single-family homes, each valued at around $200,000. That is the textbook definition of a single-family starter home. With this proposal, 170 will be demolished and 140 Forest Road will be left dangling, separated from the R25 neighborhood, and it will be aligned with adjacent commercial property, a clear invitation for commercial development into Green Acres subdivision. So what do we get for this trade-off? We get 2-story non-brick condos which start at $325,000 for a 2-bedroom condo. An extra bedroom will add another $125,000 to that price tag. These are not middle-income starter homes. Now, I'm no fool. I understand that it is difficult to build decent quality new construction 3-bedroom homes priced at $200,000. But before this development even breaks ground, we will remove 2 perfect examples of that. And if we can't build it, then let's not say that we can. Now, there are other goals that the county has set for new housing. First, we need a diversity of housing within the same development so people in various walks of life might live alongside one another. Different floor plans, different styles, and also we need developments to attract single-family residents, and these developments would have areas for children to play. This development does not have a variety of housing options, and it does not attract young families. There are 28 condos, with the only variation being that some have one more bedroom than the others. And children are invited to play across the street at the church, completely out of sight. I guess that's better than playing in the parking lot. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins.
Good evening. My name is Ray Argo, and I'm at 2085 Barnett Shoals Road. I'm here tonight to urge you to consider in favor of this development because of this. I've been involved one way or the other for this will be the 7th attempt at developing this property. 6 of those attempts were commercial developments, all of which were opposed or denied in some way or the other. This is the first development that's come along that has a reasonable approach to using that property. Up until this point, that property serves pretty much the use of the church, but it also serves as a home for the homeless. And that has to be dealt with and has been dealt with for 4 or 5 years. So some kind of development needs to be done in there. I think the commercial developers or those that would develop on a lesser scale will tell you that it is not economically feasible. This is the first plan that's been presented and voted on unanimously by the Planning Commission members that actually is more of a part of the Barnett Shoals corridor, which we all know is rapidly developing, and it, to me, serves the best opportunity in the 7 or 8 years that I know of that serves the purpose of that corridor and at the same time does not infringe on the neighborhood because it's not in the middle of it. It doesn't take away from the existing neighborhood other than the one house. But I don't see that as a impediment to this development that I think fits more appropriately than anything that I've witnessed personally. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Argo.
Good evening, Joe Allen, 225 Forest Road. I'd like to join with others to thank you for your service first to our shared community, and to also voice my family's opposition to the planned rezoning at 2295 Barnett Shoals Road and 170 Forest Road. I know you've received many phone calls, emails, possibly texts and letters from members of the community stating the numerous reasons that we are opposed to this proposed development and rezoning. I thank you for taking your time to review those messages and for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. In February of last year, my wife and I purchased our home at 225 Forest Road, right across the street from Green Acres Baptist Church. We could not be happier with our decision. As you might guess, we were very concerned when we heard about the rezoning just a stone's throw from our home. I just want to urge you to follow the advice of your professionally trained planning staff, who for now the second time has made a recommendation of denial for this rezoning request. Also, please listen to those who have called Green Acres home for decades. They have made the commitment to this community. And yes, even to listen to people like me who are new and are so proud to be a part of the Athens community. From the speakers before me and the messages you've received, you have heard the sound reasons and logic for opposition. It's not in keeping with the comprehensive plan overall. Orphaning a single-family home, spot zoning, the safety of issues for pedestrians, and added challenges to traffic, own. Regardless of what some may tell you, the people of Green Acres are not unreasonable, or that the majority are opposed to this and support it. We are not NIMBYs. We're just concerned about our community. Unfortunately, at no time other than Green Acres initiated meetings did those pushing for this rezoning request engage in dialogue and offer to have a conversation about the property. This was a missed opportunity for the developer and for the church. We're all very sensitive to the housing crisis that's gripping our entire nation. We know that one day that property will be developed. But the request that's before you is not appropriate transition between the commercial properties on Barnett Shoals and the single-family zoning at Green Acres. Please, I encourage you to find a better solution for that property by first denying this request, then let us come together and work together, the church, the planning staff, the community, and a visionary developer, and find a solution that makes sense financially for that developer and the church, but also for the greater community. Thank you for your consideration of this request and for allowing me and the others of the Green Acres community to speak to you tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sinclair Jackson, and I live at 290 Forest Road, just down the street from the development. My husband and I are strongly opposed to the current development plan. Tearing down an affordable single-family home in an established neighborhood and putting pricey apartments in sets a bad precedent. It makes the whole block ripe for commercial creep. Will the standalone house become
a commercially zoned business. I mean, it could be anything. It could be a tattoo parlor. What if there's not enough parking for it? Well, let's tear down the one next to it and put in a parking lot. Two of my neighbors, dear neighbors, have said they'll sell if this plan goes through. You know, well, their adjoining lots, which would comprise over an acre, be used to put in a quadruplex. I mean, this really sets a very bad precedent. If it has a ripple effect that'll destabilize the whole neighborhood. Also, in the parking issue, I don't know if you can see from the plan, there are only 2 parking spaces allotted per unit, and some of these are 3-bedroom units. Where are visitors going to park? If you have 4 or 5 people living in a 3-bedroom unit, I mean, this is America. Everyone wants to have a car, even though there's transportation nearby. Where will they park? On the street? Will the church allow parking in their preschool parking lot? I don't think so. My grandchildren ride their bikes on Forest and on Brookwood. This just makes it more unsafe. We've already had a fender bender where we've had people parking on the street, taking up 1 lane on a 2-lane road. I really think the traffic issue has been minimized. A planning commissioner said ACC needs the tax base this development would generate. You know, and that's very honest. Knowing that progress is inevitable, a better use for this parcel would be for an assisted living facility. There is a shortage of beds, and most of these have long waiting lists. Gone with this would be the issues of the traffic, noise, parking, and safety. I appreciate your time and consideration of this, and I do hope that you will deny this request. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to hold your applause, please.
You're not going to let them applaud on us?
Oh, wait a minute, y'all can applause for him.
I have guns. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak tonight. My name is Bill Holmes. I live at 135 Clyde Road. We have lived at 135 Clyde Road for 50 years. We moved to Georgia in 1974. And I will tell you, Green Acres was a fantastic subdivision. It was a great place to raise your children. We could not have found a better location than Green Acres. We have 4 children. They have made lifelong friends. Actually, some of them are here tonight that are my oldest daughter's best friends, without a doubt. For probably 25 years of the first 50 years that we've been there, I was very active. I ran the swimming pool. I worked on different committees to help draw up new bylaws for the community. Well, just several different things, and thoroughly enjoyed it. Tonight, or this afternoon, actually, my wife went on the Green Acres Crestwood website, and was just kind of scrolling through the website, and I saw where Andy Herrick had made a post, and he said it in the post that there was one resident of Green Acres that spoke in favor of the project, and that he was an elder in the Green Acres Baptist Church. Well, I'll tell you, I was that one person that spoke in favor of it. And I am a member of Green Acres Baptist Church. But let me tell you, I'm not an elder. And I appreciate him lifting me to that high esteem. But I just can't claim it. I'm not an elder. Excuse me while I look at my notes. I hope that I would never do anything to hurt Green Acres. to cause harm to Green Acres, because I love it so much. But if you look at the proposed area, as the gentleman before me said, it is more of a Barnett Shoals corridor development. This is the second house into Green Acres that will be used for the entrance. And they are putting up a buffer that I doubt very seriously anybody on Forest Road or Greencrest will even see the project. It is going to be well back from the proposal. Realizing this is probably going to be a tough decision for you guys, we've got a lot of people, probably more people than myself, a lot more, speaking with dissenting voices. But I would like to just say that this project is good for Green Acres. It's going to revive Green Acres. Green Acres has been kind of a stagnant subdivision for several years.
Your time is up.
Oh, come on now. If you look at the changes on Barnett Shoals Road, seriously, you know, Georgetown is now Publix. Kroger, look what they're doing. Chick-fil-A is getting ready to renovate. Our church is getting ready to renovate.
Thank you.
And with all that, I think this project would fit well.
Thank you.
Applause.
This gentleman here. Mr. Attorney, this gentleman here.
Hi there, my name is Clint Winter. I live at 194 Clyde Road. I do not believe this proposed development fits well with my neighbors or the Green Acres neighborhood. Of immediate concern is the possible environmental impact that will have on my neighbors at the front of the neighborhood. In our last two standing room only meetings at the firehouse, developers agreed to attend, and they heard firsthand from our neighbors about the concerns that we have for this development. We are a neighborhood of walkers, joggers, and cyclists. I invite you to drive through our neighborhood after work or on the weekends, and you will see many of us enjoying the beautiful nature and landscape of this neighborhood. This is what attracted my wife and myself to the neighborhood nearly 20 years ago. When you're walking, you'll probably see my 12-year-old twins riding their bicycles around the front of the neighborhood into the pool during the summer. I'm concerned that the number of cars added to this development will affect the safety of children and neighbors as additional cars may speed through the neighborhood. Also of concern is the precedent of the zoning changes within the neighborhood. Green Acres has been zoned as a single family for a very long time. I'm concerned about the precedents that this sets by rezoning this property. As many of us in the neighborhood enjoy living on larger lots, I'm concerned about the tear down and addition of possible more multifamily zoning requests within the neighborhood confines. I do understand the need for affordable housing in the Athens area. My wife and I are both 20-year proud educators, and we moved to Green Acres because that's what we could afford at the time. We've stayed there because Green Acres is the place to be. If this was not a zoning proposal, but a proposal to build single-family homes, then it fits the style and the fit of the neighborhood, I would be all for it. The developers and other community members have said tonight, have said before, that there's a small amount of us, but as you can see tonight, there is not. This is being opposed by the front, the middle, and the back of the neighborhood. Our commissioners and the planning department have received numerous emails and communication from neighbors who are against this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi. Oh gosh. Hello? Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Melissa Toledo. My husband and I and my son Ethan, we actually live in 185 Greencrest Drive in Green Acres. We actually moved from Miami to Georgia 10 years ago. And to be honest, one of the things I really appreciate about moving to Georgia, especially Green Acres, is, well, the name says it, green. We live in a house that, I mean, we're literally surrounded by tall pines and oak trees and all that have been there even before Green Acres became the neighborhood that it is. And to be honest with you, where we live, we basically, like our backyard, which is not fenced, which a lot of the houses in our neighborhood are not fenced, would basically be facing the side/back of this proposed development. I don't see it fitting. I know they said that, oh, it's, it can be geared to families that, whatever, single families or that kind of thing, young families, but we've, in our neighborhood, have grown, where we have like a mix of people that have been in the neighborhood since it was developed and people that have moved in sometime later. A lot of young families have moved in. It's been a very nice balance, and we have a lot of kids that are out and about in the neighborhood, so I do have concern, like somebody said, about the safety. And just, again, the integrity of the neighborhood, I feel like we lose it. And again, I mentioned Miami. One of the things I didn't like about Miami is like, it's basically you have commercial buildings like against houses, and they're basically, like you could literally hear your neighbor from your window, your kitchen window, and I kind of feel like that's where we're headed. And I'm not against something being, they're developing this, but somewhere else I feel like would be a better fit, because it is such a small area in comparison to other places that they could build more if they were to build in another land. So that is all I got. And anyway, so I'm against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on number 14?
Good evening. My name is Frank Pittman, Pittman and Greer Engineering at 1050 Barber Creek Drive, Watkinsville. This is my plan that people were talking about all night. So I'll touch on a couple of items that I've heard, and a couple kind of technical items that I want to make sure everybody understands. This property is zoned RS25 today. There's some things about this property that make it almost impossible to develop under its current zoning. In a single-family zoning class, you've got a maximum road length of dead-end road of 500 feet, where you're over 200 feet to get through the forest road lot. So you really only got 300 feet of road that you can actually develop lots off of. Under an RS25, you got a 60-foot wide minimum lot width. That ends up giving you 9 total houses. Well, we're losing 1 to even put the road in, so that's 8 houses. You can't afford to do that and build 500 feet of road for 8 houses. It just doesn't work. We talk about affordable housing. Well, when you add the cost of a 500-foot road for 8 houses, there's nothing about that becomes affordable. Even as an RS8, which I think years ago there had been an RS8 plan turned in, or an RS5 even, the maximum then would even be 19 lots, because you can't do more than 19 lots off a dead-end road. Again, that's really a net of 18 because we lose 1. You can't make the numbers work on that even, which is why that plan fell by the wayside. There was a comment about not having enough parking, only 2 per unit. I want to clarify that. That's not correct. There are 28 units. There are 89 parking spaces. So they're actually 1 for every bedroom plus an extra 12 for guests. There was a comment about assisted living facilities, and this has been a good site for that. Banks are not loaning money for assisted living facilities. I'm actually working on one in Oconee County right now, and my client was turned down today by his 37th bank because they're not loaning money for assisted living communities coming out of COVID. Traffic, I know traffic's a big topic of conversation. The existing subdivision is 418 lots. That produces 3,942 daily trips. This project produces 141 daily trips, so it's minuscule. And even an RS5 subdivision with 19 lots is 179 daily trips, which would be more than this project. If it became commercial, who knows what it is. I'll leave you guys with saying, this does meet the comp plan. It provides a transition between commercial and the single-family residential in the rear. We're asking for the lowest density multifamily development, and it would go a long ways to help to provide the housing needs that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Chris Joyner with Joyner & Associates. We're a property management and real estate company here in Athens, 1490 Prince Avenue. Speaking in support of the proposed development. I do. So I'm going to be speaking in favor of this development, and this is the second time I've spoken in favor of this. I do want to start by saying I appreciate my wife for watching out for the kids these 2 times. And I really want to say, I appreciate all your opinions. I think this is really exciting to see how much this issue has mobilized the east side. I'm really saddened to see how much it's created division on the east side. And I hope we can find points of commonality. I think this is frustrating to me that we're talking about a development when Cedar Shoals had a 69.5% graduation rate. That's a lot more important to me than these 70 whatever units. For years, our side of town has been overlooked for development opportunities. Even when presented with good developments, the east side's pushed back against change. If anything, we've just leaned into being more of a corridor of fast food restaurants and retail strip centers. Now with the Kroger redevelopment, there's a chance to capture this wave of new energy and have the whole area rise with the tide. That said, the east side doesn't want to develop like the Space Kroger area. We want to develop our own distinct east side style. Recently, Green Acres began hosting a group of business owners and property owners on the east side for monthly discussions. By no means is this an endorsement by that group in favor of the project, but what I can tell you is that there are many people in favor, or many people that would like to see positive changes on the east side. I'm in favor of the land being developed into residential homes with higher density and a transitional product type. That said, the common feedback I hear is people would like to see a product built that brings more character to the area and creates more community. Here are my points. We're in a housing crisis and need more stock. This fits what ACC is asking for in the future land use map. It's walkable and in an area with commercial shopping. It's also in an area with existing infrastructure for development. This is not student housing. We manage 860 units. Everybody's related to the university. The east side, I think, has the most degrees on any part of town. People have more degrees on the east side than anywhere else. I don't think this proposed development is geared towards party-going undergrad community. There are no large pools, clubhouses, or 4-bedroom units. It's relatively small-scale development. The demographic I see here, being in property management, is vet students, grad students, or retirees. I don't know what kind of demographic you're looking for. That, for me, is satisfactory. I don't think Green Acres wants to see anything developed on this property, or at the very least, there has been nothing proposed that they agree with, and many projects have been proposed over the years. I would just ask that Green Acres tell us what they want to support and what they would like to see here at this property. Lastly, I think we're scaring away small-scale, local, regional developers, and I think that's something that's important to our economy. Thank you guys so much.
My name is Roxanne Eberhardt, and my family's been in Green Acres for 65 years. I was 6 years old when my daddy bought 135 Greencrest. And my mother eventually bought 145 where I live now. My brother lives in our family home, so luckily we live next door to each other. And we have seen Green Acres grow where there was no Clyde Road, there was nothing out there. But I've seen it grow immensely over the years. And I ride down each one of these roads in town, and every vacant lot has an apartment complex on it. If it's empty, they're going to put an apartment complex. This is a serious thing for my family, because since the governor made this a sanctuary city, we know that people are going to buy these things, and they're going to rent them. No, it's regardless, they're going to rent them. And we don't know what kind of people are going to come into our neighborhood, and we don't want to go through what's just happened in the last few weeks. So I really ask you not to approve this, but I know that it's going to be developed. I know something is going to go there, but I am begging to put up a very strong security fence, not wood or chain link. We don't want anyone coming through our yards regardless of what's built. So I would appreciate y'all not voting for this.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and some of the commissioners, but maybe not all, Mr. Hamby. My name is Andy Herod. I live at 315 Brookwood Drive. I would actually like to start with an apology. I apparently had called one of my neighbors an elder at the church, and I understand he's a trustee, so I would like to correct that. I did send you a letter with many of the points made in that letter that some of my neighbors have made, so I won't make those again. I actually wanted to talk a little bit more about the history of this piece of property because a lot has been said about it. Your own planning staff talks about the need for a sensitive development in here. I kind of feel that what we're being presented here is a kind of a take it or leave it development that could fit anywhere else. It's not particularly sensitive to this piece of property. And this piece of property is a difficult piece of property to develop. There is no question about that. If you look back to when this neighborhood was platted, back in the 1960s, the piece of property that we're talking about now and the two on the front, which are presently both gas stations, that's a big square. This was always intended to be a commercial piece of property that exited onto College Station Road. It was never intended to exit into the neighborhood. What has happened is that the Chevron gas station, which is the one closest to the intersection of College Station Road, that piece of property was taken away, subdivided. That was built in 1968. The Shell station next to it was built in 1971. And we are living with the consequences of the money that was made by the owners of that piece of property back then. And that has shaped every other effort to try to develop this piece of property. Pre-2000, this, before the comprehensive rezoning that was engaged in, this was a planned development reserve, which was basically single-family neighborhood. There was a plat designed in 2003 for residential single-family cul-de-sac called the Landing at Barnett Shoals that would exit out on College Station Road. In 2004, it was rezoned CNPD with a future land use designation of community center and mixed use for an office park. Again, the plan was to exit out onto College Station Road. At that time, in 2006, the owner wanted to amend that plan to purchase a piece of property on Forest for an exit, and the Planning Commission and the Mayor and Commission denied that because they said it was a bad idea. It was a bad idea then, and in my opinion, it is a bad idea now. There have been proposals to make it this offices over the years, and in 2012, the church bought the property. They knew what they were getting into. They knew this was difficult to develop. And in 2013, the church themselves requested that this be rezoned to RS25, and they knew what they were doing, and now...
Former commissioner.
And now I don't think the neighbor should have the cost of that poor decision.
Good evening, folks behind the rail. It's nice to see you all again. I used to get paid to be here, but I'm not being paid tonight. I'm here on behalf of my neighborhood. My name is Rob Trevina. My wife and I live at 245 Crestwood Drive. We've lived there for the last 20 years, and I'm here tonight to let you know that we do not support the proposed zoning change at 170 or the proposed high-density development at 2295 Barnett Shoals. As we've all heard many times this evening, the proposal is incompatible with the character of the neighborhood, the comprehensive plan, and there's a long history of development proposals regarding this. And Andy just eloquently just gave us a nice lesson on why we're here. And so I'm just going to skip right to the end, and I'm just asking that you consider more than land use efficiency, but to also consider the aesthetics of our neighborhood. The proposed development is too tall, too dense, and completely inappropriate intrusion into the neighborhood.
And it's our hope that the commission denies this request. Thank you all, and thanks for letting me be here.
Hello, my name is Maddie Barkdahl. I live at 150 Belmont Court in the Green Acres neighborhood. I've lived there with my husband for 2 decades. I've raised 3 children there, including ones who graduated from Cedar Shoals High School. And I am in opposition to this proposal. And many people of my neighborhood folks have talked about the issues with the increased cars in there, the change in the traffic patterns, but I want to bring up a separate issue, which has to do with the stormwater and the rainwater. So right now, this area is just under 5 acres, and it's largely forest. And so being that, the rain can go into the groundwater, and it's got some protection. But even with that, we have a lot of rainwater that comes down from those houses, the road, the next house, and downhill, and it's an issue. And the county has spent money to mitigate that issue. They've put in some other storm drains, they've done some other things, but we still have a lot of rainwater issues. And I'm concerned that a development that has a lot of pavement and buildings is going to increase that problem, and will increase the cost to the county if they would solve it for us. And we have septic tanks there, so having the rainwater issue and the groundwater is a big issue for us. But I would like to make another proposal for this space that could add to the character of the neighborhood and be unique and interesting. So there's something called cottage courtyards, and I did send an email that had some links to that to all the commissioners. And so I just want you to kind of envision that. So it's a big courtyard, a community space, and all the houses are built, or cottages, are built in a semicircle around that community space. The corners might touch, they might have some shared walls. And so this makes middle income housing because people are paying for the housing and not paying for all the land that's around it. And so that would be a great solution. It would be a lot less bedrooms, but it would be a great solution for us. Be interesting, add to the character of the neighborhood. There's a lot of these that are happening around the country, and it would be unique for us. So I'd like you to consider another kind of an option for that. And I really, so I'm concerned about the stormwater and also the traffic changes. So thank you very much for listening to us all.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Bob Williamson. I live at 198 Clyde Road. I've lived there for about 21 years. I really don't have anything to say to add to what's been said here about asking you to vote against this project, but one thing I would like to say publicly is that Green Acres, in fact, did agree to a site there, and that was the office park. I've attended at least 5 of these meetings over the years. Green Acres loved the idea. Everything about that project was beautiful. It addressed night light. It addressed everything that a lot is not being addressed here. For some reason, it was voted against here, I think. It was shelved. It didn't come to be, but Green Acres wanted it. So we're not averse just to be averse. We have reasons. We could go into that this evening. There's no time. Everybody's tired. We've made very good decisions I think, about not wanting the projects that we haven't wanted. And I think we made a very good decision about the project we did want. So thank you for letting me say that.
Thank you.
Was that yours?
No, that was his.
And that one? And this one. Neat. All right, hi, everybody. My name's Courtney Kale, and my husband and I live at 190 McDuffie Drive in the Green Acres, Crestwood neighborhood, where the proposed rezoning is being discussed. And I, along with the majority of my neighbors, respectfully ask that you deny the requested rezoning from RS25 to RM1. Seeing that I've already emailed each of you my concerns and talked to some of you already, in an effort to save some time and let us get out of here, I'm just going to simply reiterate the primary reason I don't believe this rezoning should occur. So Green Acres, Crestwood is a vibrant community of people living in single-family homes. The entire neighborhood is uniformly zoned RS25. The rezoning, especially of 174th Road, would be an egregious example of spot zoning, only necessary to move forward with a planned development that does not adequately or thoughtfully address the needs of the neighborhood or the citizens of Athens. A design that even the planning department, I do not mean who voted, the staff themselves, agrees that, quote, it leaves a gap in its compatibility with the comprehensive plan and the neighborhood development pattern. We all know that Athens is in need of more housing, but we are begging you not to set the precedent that existing zoning codes do not matter under the guise of simply providing more housing. Despite what the developers may want you to believe, the majority of us are not opposed to development as a whole, as you've heard multiple times. People keep saying we won't tell you what we want. We continuously tell you what we want. But we do believe that it's imperative to be thoughtful and considerate when developing these infill lots to ensure that all developments mimic the look and feel of their existing surroundings, while also providing smooth transitions between the varying housing types. For example, many of us believe a more appropriate transitional zoning from a commercial side of Barnett Shoals to all single-family RS25s would be a more appropriate transitional zoning would be RS8. Examples of which can be seen in the developments of Towns Walk or right down the road, the villas at Snapfinger. These types of developments offer a variety of step-down home sizes, not just differing bedroom amounts, which would not only be more congruent with the single-family homes of the neighborhood, but also provide options for everyone from our elderly neighbors who are very much wanting to stay in the neighborhood but would like to downsize, just to those Athenians who are starting out and deserve a path to home ownership. So the proposed rezoning and development currently being discussed does not offer any of this. It does not provide an actual variety of quality housing units offered at actual multiple price points, nor does it promote integration or connectivity within the neighborhood, as it's essentially just a cul-de-sac development with one type of housing. All of us living in Green Acres Crestwood love the east side, and we want to ensure it remains a special place for anyone who would like to call it home. It's our hope that you will agree with us and vote no on April 2nd for the rezoning of these two properties. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Will Pascal, 270 Forest Road. I live with my family and 3 kids, roughly 300 yards downhill from the proposed development. Besides all the points that have been drawn tonight, I'm not going to reiterate them all. My main concern with this is due to the hydraulics. I think the developers, I don't know if you're aware, but there's an unofficial floodplain that exists right here. Maddie mentioned it a minute ago. What happens when there's more than 2 inches of rain, there's sheet flow off the hill. There's a natural spring that starts basically right at this site that when it rains, I have a picture of it. I don't have a way to show everybody, but I can after the meeting tonight. One of the most recent rainfalls, I think we had 3.5 inches of rain. I had a foot of water coming down my yard. Okay, I'm not talking about the streets and the ditches. There's literally a foot of water coming straight from this development. What's going to happen when we pave half of it? Is that going to solve our problem? So before this is approved, I want to make sure that the hydraulics are studied and the proper stormwater drainage plan is put into place. It's too small to see it right now, but I don't believe that this has been considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Richard Miller. I live at 371 Greencrest. If you've noticed, everyone except for one person who lives in Green Acres or Crestwood is against this plan. The only one who is for it, of course, is affiliated with the church, which stands to profit from it. Someone in the Planning Commission called the people who were against the plan elitist. And I would have to say that that charge might have carried some weight if this plan included any low-cost housing, but it does not, and so the charge has no weight whatsoever. We're only against it because it doesn't fit in with the neighborhood. The traffic situation is not good because we like to walk and bike, and there are people, mothers pushing perambulators in the neighborhood. There's going to be increased traffic to the point, and they're going to be coming out not from just Forest Road. They're also going to be coming out from each end of Greencrest onto Barnett Shoals. And I would imagine that because the traffic's going to be backed up at Forest Road, so they're going to be going both ways on Brookwood to get out from Greencrest. You're probably going to have another red light at the corner of Greencrest and Barnett Shoals. And finally, I've never understood this idea of transition. What are we transitioning to? We're transitioning to something lesser than what we have. Nobody in Green Acres wants this. If democracy means anything, you'll vote this thing down because we don't want it. It's that simple. The neighborhood isn't broke, so don't fix it. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Jane Fitzpatrick. I live at 260 Forest Road. I have resided there for 37 years. I am here to ask you to vote no on the rezoning proposal for the same reasons, including spot zoning, safety, lack of compatibility with the neighborhood, and lack of adherence to the city's comprehensive plan that my fellow neighbors have already expressed. I am not asking that the property be left undeveloped. I am here to state that this proposal is not the right proposal. Other options desperately need to be explored. If residents of Green Acres community will be provided with the opportunity to sit with Green Acres Baptist Church representatives and the developer, a solution to this situation can surely be reached. You, the commissioners, can pave the way for an amiable resolution to this situation by denying this proposal. By working together in reaching an agreement on a development plan that will benefit all impacted parties and make Green Acres an even better place to be, the cherished value of neighborhood can be embraced by all and be preserved. In order for this to occur, a no vote to this proposal must be given. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Anybody else would like to speak to item 14?
How's it going, everybody? My name is Devin Arnold, and I currently live at 450 Bridgewater Way here in Athens. I've been in Athens for as long as I can remember, and I'm here to express my support in the proposed plan on Barnett Shoals. And I recognize it as a step towards addressing our city's evolving needs in a considerate way. This new community stands out as a solution to our housing demands, but also as a testament to the concerns of our existing residents in Green Acres. Integration is key, and I believe this project shows a great balance between growth and preservation. An important aspect is its potential impact on the economic growth of the surrounding businesses. By adding a thriving residential community, we strengthen the life of the local businesses in the surrounding area. The relationships between residents and local establishments is important when developing a new location. I also see that there's only one house between the street and the development. I don't really think that the residents in the community would be driving through the neighborhood to get outside of the neighborhood. So I think it is pretty thoughtful and considerate that they built the wall around the community and creates a lot of space between the current residents and the new residents. In conclusion, I urge you to consider not only the immediate needs that the Barnett Shoals development addresses, but also the long-term positive impact it promises for our city. We should embrace progress that fosters economic growth, enhances our quality of life, and positions Athens as a place of thoughtful urban development. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Mendocino. I live at 125 Brookwood Drive. I'm a lifelong resident of Athens. My family has lived in Green Acres for 55 years now. My family own and live in 2 properties that are adjacent to this lot that's on the screen here, and we stand strongly in opposition to this development. It doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood, and it's way too high density for its location. And I feel, or I know rather, as somebody who has family, my family live in the 2 lots that are adjacent to this property. We have the most at stake in this, and we'll face the biggest brunt of this proposed project, and we are vehemently against it. So we ask that you deny this proposal. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Melanie Aaron, 165 Clyde Road, Athens. I grew up in Green Acres, went to Cedar Shoals, been on the east side, come from a long way back east side family, you know, mentioned in the book Over the River, if you've seen that. And I feel strongly about the east side, that it's really important, much more important than a lot of people realize. I would ask that you deny this rezone. I feel that it sets a really bad precedent. And I'm with everyone who has said they would like to see something that fits our neighborhood, whether it's RS8, cottage community. You wouldn't need that huge buffer. You could flip that over to Barnett Shoals to buffer a new part of our neighborhood, you know, and have their backyards meet our backyards. The homes around this are all smaller homes, 2-3 bedrooms. We just had a home sale in Green Acres for $275, 3-bedroom, 2 full bath. There's another one for sale for $320, 3-bedroom, 2 full bath, half-acre lots. The price point on these, I'm told, is $325 to $4. This is not housing that a lot of people can afford. I want to see something that's a neighborhood that people can afford. They can buy, they can grow a tomato outside, have some flowers, you know, have a family home, maybe a forever home for them, like a lot of us consider this neighborhood our forever home. It's really special. I love my neighbors. We want to maintain that, and we want to have something that we can include in the neighborhood. You could just flip that buffer and have backyards meet backyards. Please don't approve this. It needs more creativity. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura David, 155 Clyde Road in Green Acres. My family's longtime residents. I am too, unmentionable number of years. But I just want to reiterate that is true. It is both a starter neighborhood, despite the things that have been said by developers and real estate agents. It is a starter neighborhood. It's widely viewed as that. Both the sales, which are in the 200s and 300s, overwhelmingly, and the great diversity we have of the buyers and the renters, both prove that. So all these statements to the contrary, that this fits in with the price point of Green Acres, it does not. It's raising the prices of the neighborhood. It's actually, I've heard that $450 mentioned as the price point for the 3-bedroom, and whether it's $400 or $450, because they're being a little cagey about that, it doesn't really matter. That's not affordable housing. And the only housing crisis we actually have is in affordable housing. We have a great supply of expensive apartments. There's really no shortage of that. I've seen a lot of developers go bust overbuilding them. And as far as it's really a public safety problem with the traffic. So as everyone has mentioned, this is a walkable neighborhood. People come from other areas to walk our neighborhood. And you can walk with your children and your pets, and elderly people can walk, and there's not a lot of fast hazardous traffic. There's not people just cutting through. And because even the renters tend to be longer-term renters. These are largely not short-term rentals. What's going to happen with a condo project like this is almost certainly going to be bought from out-of-state investment companies to put in short-term rentals. And that's a whole different dynamic. The traffic projections are ridiculous, garbage in, garbage out. But the ITE that they cite, the ITE itself recommends that you collect local data. It is not meant to use as a standalone with a fabricated number of cars. They're projecting 76 cars as if there's going to be an illegal restriction on the number of people sharing a bedroom. That's not going to happen. That shouldn't happen. So their projections are meaningless. It is going to create a hazard. It's a public safety problem. And the other public safety problem that I have heard is that people in the fire department have said there is no way you're going to maneuver a ladder truck in there. That's another disaster waiting to happen. So yeah, for a multitude of reasons, most of which I emailed all of you today, I would like to say, please, this is not the right request. We're looking for a pocket neighborhood or some kind of other plan, but we've been very consistently open to other ideas. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you for the time to speak to you. My name is Jim Sullivan. I'm a UGA alumni, class of 1979. Like most students that graduated, I left Athens to pursue my career. After being gone for 36 years, my family slowly migrated back to the Athens area in 2015. Since I left, I've only been back to the area for brief stays or visits, but I was surprised when I started to frequent back to the area and saw how much had changed and how much had stayed the same. There are many memories of places that still exist today and places that no longer exist. That's progress and change. That's what builds the future. Progress and change are good and brings many benefits with it. I moved back to the area in 2020 looking to settle down and had a difficult time finding appropriate and affordable housing. With progress and change comes growth, and the need for housing increases. Being the home of the University of Georgia, Athens, will continue to move forward and change and grow. Progress can't be stopped, and it shouldn't be. It spurs economic growth. I'm going to relay a little story to you that's relevant to this proposal. In 2004, I moved to the panhandle of Florida, to a small resort town that we considered paradise. My first trip to the area was in 1980. Back then, it was an undisturbed beach community that I fell in love with. As time moved on, so did that little beach community. The housing market grew to the dismay of the locals, but with it brought economic growth. They did benefit from the growth. The locals were against the growth because they wanted to preserve their little beach community for themselves. They, in essence, wanted time to stand still so that they could enjoy their little piece of paradise, but did not want anybody else to have an opportunity. They fought against all future developments at all cost. They were fortunate enough to be able to build their homes, but did not want anyone else to be able to build. It did not stop. You can't stop progress. That's why we have what we have today. The point of this is that everyone's for progress and development unless it's in their own backyard. Athens-Clarke County continues to progress, and need for additional housing is essential to its growth. You can't lock down growth because that's the way something has always been, and people don't want to change. The proposed project has all the factors that contribute to progress and growth. Housing needs are forever increasing and never satisfied. For this reason, I support the proposed development. It will provide jobs, economic development, and housing to the area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Trent Bergamy, and I live at 145 Peaks Point. As a young member of the working class in Athens who plans on living here throughout their young adult life, this new development is right in line with what I and many of my peers will be looking for over the coming years. I have spent countless hours trying to find a place to live in Athens without breaking my budget, and it seems harder to find each day. And unfortunately, this is more than a common problem for people in my demographic. A project like this offers a solution for many young adults and new families who want to be a part of this amazing new community. Clarke County has been and will continue to be a top interest in motivated young adults who want to be a part of and contribute to our amazing city, which is all for none without offering them a place to call home. In conclusion, I find a place like this and any more like it to be an ideal cure to one of the major problems Athens is facing, also while having no negative impact on local communities and businesses surrounding the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask anybody else that wants to speak. There's a couple of seats up here if you don't want to stand, so I can get an idea of where we are. If you're planning to speak, would you kind of come up to the front? There's some seats right here if you don't want to stand.
Good evening. My name is Lakin Minish, and I live at 150 Johnson Drive Extension. Growing up in our city, I've seen how development can shape our neighborhoods. It's natural to be wary of changes, but the proposed plan offers a fresh perspective on development that respects our city's identity while addressing urgent housing needs. What makes this plan different are a few factors. First, it includes a wider buffer zone, showing a genuine effort to preserve the character of our neighborhoods. Choosing to designate the development as RM1 rather than RM2 is a nod to keeping our neighborhoods feeling like home, not just another crowded space. This plan strikes a balance between progress and preservation, which is essential for a city like ours. Different housing types, especially important in a city where many of us struggle to find a place called home. Low-density housing also aligns with our values of sustainability. It's about growing responsibly while protecting our green spaces and environment. Introducing low-density, multifamily housing can be a lifeline, particularly for young people like myself. By offering reasonably priced townhouses, they're giving us a chance to stay and thrive in the city we love. In the end, we need to find a way forward that respects our city's past while embracing its future. This plan feels like a step in the right direction.
Thank you.
There you go. How you doing? Cesar Toledo. My wife was here earlier, so I'm up here to show her that I can also say something. So we're at 185 Greencrest Drive. I don't know, the gentleman earlier said that half the homes or something are renters. I am a renter. I've been here for 8 years. I've actually been out of Miami for 10, but we've been living in Green Acres for 8 years. And let me start by saying I am not against progress whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I had a hard time reconciling what I was going to say or how I feel about this proposal. And I do understand that Green Acres has turned down a lot of proposals in the future or in the past, which is why they're at the junction that they are now. So again, I am not against progress. I'm not against development. I'm the guy in Avatar that is for knocking down all the trees and building stuff. I'll be honest with you. But having said that, I do notice that a lot of the people that are in favor of this don't live in our neighborhood. They live outside of the neighborhood, and it's very easy to say, no one's going to pay attention. Like, they're not going to notice. We are going to notice. My wife and I live right at the end of that where the easement is, and I'm telling you right now, cars are going to be passing by there. We are going to notice it. We have a lot of kids in that neighborhood. Like everybody else says, we walk and ride bike all the time. And my wife and I can attest to the fact of how many cars now are driving in and out of Greencrest that we're constantly going to the side, which is fine, but that was not like that even 8 years ago, even 5 years ago. Again, that's great. More people are moving in there, but I'm telling you right now, it is not a good idea. I don't understand how you think this would fit Green Acres itself. And having said that, people saying that there's plenty of parking, what's going to happen game day? If you don't think people are going to buy those, investors are going to buy those, and they're going to rent it out like Airbnbs for game day, you are incorrect. It's going to be crazy. You're going to have a lot of people wanting to party, and they're just going to take over the neighborhood. So again, progress is great, but I just don't see how this makes any sense in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay. One more. Oh, yeah.
Hello and good evening. My name is Jake Tanner. I live at 1005 Macon Highway in Athens. Being a young adult while living and working in this city can present challenges, whether it is affordable housing or trying to find a convenient location to live. This new development will benefit our demographic in both these areas. As someone who is currently balancing life here in Athens, a quality condominium would better fit my situation, as I'm sure it would many others as well. To add to this, in order for me to work and supply myself as an independent, a good location and safe environment would do nothing but facilitate my life in every aspect. Some more aspects that make Barnett Shoals a desirable place is a desirable place to live is close proximity to grocery stores, various restaurants, jobs, and schools. This also adds a more variety of housing options to the area. With this being said, I hope y'all take into consideration my thoughts and ideas when voting on this proposal. I 100% support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Jeff Kuhn, a partner at Stratus Development Group at 2350 Prince Avenue. As a county, we've talked at length about adding more walkable, infill, missing middle, non-corporate, non-luxury, non-student housing. In fact, ACC's 2023, that's last year's comprehensive plan, states two goals. Infill housing should be promoted and concentrated in areas near commercial nodes, providing easy access to everyday services. Also, to proactively plan for anticipated population and demographic changes. I firmly believe this project is a no-brainer, as it checks all those boxes while being of minimal impact to the surrounding area. The site is quite literally across the street from a Super Kroger, a Publix anchored retail center, 3 gas stations, a major employer in the vet school, and 2 other retail centers. A bus stop is adjacent to the site, existing bike lanes and sidewalks connected to the rest of Athens, and there is ample sewer and water capacity. Considering this, the site would actually be ideal for even RM3 zoning, and we're happy to do that if you guys should so allow us. As any in-town lot, though, there are those that oppose any type of development nearby. This is a citywide problem that's not unique to this site. One person proudly proclaimed they had fought off 5 other developments on this very same parcel. 5. This is the reason why many developments have located on the edges of town or in lower income neighborhoods where objectors are few. However, we've been in conversations with the cross sections of Athenians who have been supportive of the project, and many of whom have written in their support. To address a few things that have come up tonight, stormwater, that'll all be done to code. It will be improved and tied in with the stormwater system, and stormwater detention ponds will be added. There shouldn't be a problem there. No short-term rentals. That is not our intention. We'll have covenants. Actually, there's no covenants in the surrounding neighborhood. We will have covenants on ours prohibiting short-term rentals, no game day rentals. That's not what we're looking to do. No room sharing. So again, not just to squash any fears coming out there. So the average price in Green Acres right now, I'm a little confused on some things. It's $365 right now. We're right in line with this for brand new product. That's unheard of. We have a unanimous vote from the Planning Commission. I would urge any of you that have the time to listen through. It's a very thoughtful discussion about the real needs of the community and how this ties in with it. To be clear on scale, the proposal is for 28 boutique townhomes. 28. That's it. The mall redevelopment has 1,200. Green Acres has 418. This is 28. This is a drop in the bucket. We believe this is the best use of the site by far. Represents an ideal transition from heavy commercial in front to single-family residential behind. Athens continues to face a housing shortage. This community would provide much-needed quality housing in an attractive location. We're based locally. We promise to do a great job here. We hope to have your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coons. All right. Everybody catch their breath a little bit here. Okay, commissioners. Are we? No, we got 15 minutes to discuss. Carol Myers, this is
Yes, I'd
your
love to start.
Let's start this conversation.
Yes, we will start it. And colleagues, please allow me the grace to go over a bit if I can't speak fast enough. I want you all to understand. First, thanks everyone for coming out. This is a fine townhouse project for the right place, in a mix of other apartment complexes and office buildings, just like the developer built recently with its Knoll Creek development on Research Drive. But this Barnett Shoals project is a unique 4.8 acre parcel, one that was created because the original owners of the area property sold off parcels for a profit for gas stations on Barnett Shoals, leaving no exit point on Barnett Shoals. Now we're left with the unusual geometry of this property, with its only exit through a to-be demolished single-family home lot. This unique site deserves a project that provides unique development, and per our planning department, will need some flexibility in development standards to make it compatible with the neighborhood. That adds to the community. Right now, the East Side Business Corridor is covered with fast food restaurants, curb cuts, and asphalt parking lots. Residents just off that corridor have the right to ask for something more than the same old for this property. And I've heard the Green Acres neighbors very clearly this evening that they do not find this project compatible. They've discussed stormwater, traffic, spot zoning, and more. To all of those who want to describe these residents as NIMBYs, not in my backyards, let's review what residents have suggested as alternatives. Doctors' offices, assisted living, senior living, RS-15, RS-8 development, cottage courtyards, pocket neighborhoods, and more. Greystone around the corner, Greystone is RS8 with attached homes selling around $400,000. The houses don't even make it to the market. They're sold so quickly through word of mouth. The villas at the Snap on Wakefield are RS8 homes. Towns Walk off of Timothy are attractive RS8 homes. All of those would provide a smoother and denser transition. Habitat's Mica Creek and Microlife Institute's cottages on Vaughan in Clarkston offer unique design examples as well that could provide needed affordable housing. Let me also address the trickle-down housing argument as well that leads to a we must approve all zoning arguments. No matter a project's design, quality, its compatibility, or the concerns of its neighbors. This seemed to be a main point for the planning commissioners. This theory purports that as we build more new housing, people will move out of older places, leave them for the lower and middle income folks, and prices will come down because supply has gone up. Nice theory, but no one has explained how the trickle down won't just as likely be a trickle of low and mid-income residents out of Clark County to Madison, Oglethorpe, as the in-county housing goes to better paid employees of new industries, retirees locating here, and UGA supporters and parents. Finally, these parcels are zoned RS-25 right now. Owners of the property can build according to the RS-25 codes, whatever they want without asking for permission. The developers are not bad guys. They want to build residences, but they also want to make a profit. They have the right to ask for a rezoning, but an approval is not guaranteed. As much as I respect the work of local developers, I also respect the views of East Side residents. They are the ones I represent, and in this case, they have made their voice very clear. As I told the developers, who I have met with several times, they would need to present something very special if I were to go against the residents. That's not the case, and I won't be supporting the project as is.
Thank you. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I have very mixed feelings about this project. I don't think it's a bad idea to rezone this to RM1, that kind of modest density. I feel like that would create an appropriate transition from that busy commercial corridor to a single-family neighborhood. And if anybody has any qualms about that, just take a walk through our older neighborhoods, which have rapidly rising housing values. You'll see it in Five Points, you'll see it in Hancock, you'll see it in Cobham and Boulevard. We have, fairly dense multifamily garden apartment buildings and, here and there a couple townhome communities. And it fits in with the neighborhood just perfectly. These are, residents that contribute to the neighborhood. We appreciate the diversity of those housing types and the diversity of our neighbors. That said, this project gives me pause. And a lot of it has to do with the comments made by our staff, the comments about the environment, about the fact that it doesn't meet our tree canopy requirements. There's a lot of pavement and asphalt here. And I look at it and I ask myself, would I want to live here? The greenery is all on the perimeter, which is good. It gives a buffer to the neighborhood, but there's almost none of it on the interior. It doesn't offer the people who might actually live in this project much, as far as like a front yard or trees. There's just a hell of a lot of parking lot, not even any parking lot trees, like those don't even meet the standards. This is a controversial piece of property. I think that's been before the commission 3 times now since I've been on the commission. And knowing that it was controversial, I would have hoped that the developer would have done some community outreach on the front end and asked the community, what would you like to see? Because there are plenty of Green Acres residents who came up here and said, it's not a bad idea to develop this property. It's not a bad idea to increase the density in this property. But this isn't the answer. And when we have this opportunity to rezone and guide a project with a site plan or a planned development, that's an opportunity to do something special. And it doesn't have to be fancy or expensive. And they claim that this is affordable market rate housing. I would, if we're going to give something like this up, I'd like to see some partnership with our affordable housing providers. Make some of these units available to the Land Trust or Habitat or even Athens Housing Authority. Really meet the needs of our affordable housing crisis in this community. It's a big piece of property. It's a beautiful piece of property, and I know everybody in Green Acres would hate to see those trees go and that forest go, but the fact of the matter is we are a rapidly growing community, and we need housing, and we do have an affordable housing crisis. I wonder if there's a CDO out there that could make this work, but I'm not even sure we could go. I think we need more than that. And I really, really want to implore the developers to sit down with the community and talk about what can go here. I know offices is not feasible because nobody uses offices anymore. Our world has changed, and the market for office rental is just not there. I mean, New York is hollowing out. Big cities are hollowing out, and office buildings are being converted to rentals. So that's not going to happen. We need housing. We need affordable housing. We need moderate income housing. We need family housing. Somebody brought up cottage courts. I would love to see a mixed cottage court / multi-story garden apartment project go here that incorporated a hell of a lot more green space. I just feel like there's a lot of work that could be done here, and you could get a project that's really beautiful and really fits in with the neighborhood and maybe even accommodates even more bedrooms. This isn't a huge increase in density. In fact, in a lot of our RM1 neighborhoods, you get more density out of single-family homes than you do out of the apartments because you have by right allowing 4 bedrooms per single-family home. And in our older neighborhoods, that's a problem because you have students moving into those homes, and those homes being built before cars were really a thing have multiple cars per unit.
Commissioner Link, I think even though the light is not on,
Okay.
I think you're at your 3.
Can I have one more sentence?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I want the neighborhood and the developer to sit down and talk about those needs and the needs of actual families that might be moving in here, because you might not need 1 bedroom, 1 parking space per bedroom. You might be able to get rid of some of that asphalt, bring in some green space, and make this a place where people really, really want to live the rest of their lives.
Thank you, Commissioner Link. Any other, Commissioner Hall?
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess I have a handful of questions for staff. I'm just trying to get clear on. I was at the meeting in November in person, and I watched that very long Planning Commission meeting video. But there's a few things I just kind of want to make sure I'm clear on. So, when I'm reading staff's report and kind of their rationale for denial in terms of how this does or does not mix with the comp plan, one of the things that I was struck by when I was watching the Planning Commission discussion is that it seems like most of the issues cited there are things that just can't really be addressed on this lot without tearing down some adjacent structure. So if not 170 Forest Road, then something else, because the ingress, egress, the cul-de-sac situation, that sort of thing. So Brad, do you have any information you can share on what staff would think could be done to address those elements of the comp plan incompatibility without tearing down a building?
Without tearing down a building, and I think it's important to point out that the majority, if not all of the projects that have been referenced historically, that where this property was attempted to be developed or plans were approved for development, involve the gas station. I always call it, it's Mr. Berryman's gas station to me, but the one straight across from College Station Road. I mean, that property was always part of this development, which allowed direct access in the form of a four-way intersection at College Station Road and Barnett Shoals. And when that property ultimately was sold, that's been taken off the table, which is why we are where we are now. I think what we tried to point out in our staff report, there are a couple of issues. First and foremost, there's always concerns when in conjunction with the rezoning, at least from a staff standpoint, of taking an existing lot, an existing platted single-family subdivision, and eliminating it for some other type of use. And so then you get into, if that is ultimately at some point down the road going to be done, is the use in which that lot is being traded for compatible? Does it function? Does it flow well? And so you've got that going on as it relates to the neighborhood that you're accessing in and out of, versus the fact that, this piece of property backs up to 2 gas stations, convenience stores now. So, the ability to balance what type of a housing design would you put in there, how marketable would the houses be if they were on the other side, all those issues. Now it is, from a design standpoint, with it being a binding site plan, the design, based on challenges with the lot, is a little clunky. Those townhouses under an RM1 design by right are required to face a street design. So that's why you've got the design you see here now, which means that if I live on the right-hand side coming in, and I come in, I pull into an angled parking spot in front of my space. When I'm ready to leave, I've got to go all the way down to the end into the parking lot at the end. And if there's not an empty space down there, I've got to make a 3-point turn to turn around to leave because of the way it functions. And that's not a fault of the designer. It's a fault of the fact we've only got one way in and out of here and the way this was designed to meet our code. But I mean, those were the types of issues that staff was getting into. When the property directly across from College Station was sold independently several years ago, it really put restrictions on this lot.
Okay. And then the buffer that they've put in between the Green Acres properties, is that more than what code requires, or how much more?
It is, and you've got a couple of buffer options shown here on the plan. Multifamily adjacent to single family right now, if this was already zoned and it was a by right project, the minimum buffer required would be, they could clear theoretically right up to the property line and then put in a 10-foot planted buffer with a 6-foot tall fence in the center of that 10 feet. And that would meet minimum code. If you did not install the fence, you could go out to a 20-foot planted strip, or you can leave a 50-foot natural buffer. In most of the areas here on this plan that you see, they have left the 50-foot, undisturbed buffer, and then are demonstrating that there will be trees beyond that point. I know on the south side here, when you get towards the lots on Greencrest, that buffer is not the full 50 like it is to the right, but in that case, they've then come in and put in an additional evergreen hedge between the undisturbed buffer and the stormwater. So, long answer, yeah, they could have, if this was a by right project, they could have done far fewer buffers than they're proposing.
Okay, and then the parking, the number of spaces exceeds what code requires, is that right?
Yes.
By quite a bit? How many more than code requires?
I think Mr. Pittman said 89. I think it is 56 required based on the 28 units. There's a requirement for 2 spaces per unit. And so they've got about 30 more than are required. Now, you know, it's, they're not in any kind of violation based on the design because of the on-street parking spaces and the way we count those. But there are about 30 spaces more than the minimum 2 per dwelling unit requirement.
Okay, so when I read the condition that the Planning Commission put on here, having to rectify some of staff's concerns, is the understanding for things like what the arborist talks about with needing more trees planted and stuff, is that likely to be met by removing parking, basically, since they're over the, is that what you think would be the likely way forward, or how would that condition be met?
I think the biggest design issue with regard to the trees, as pointed out by the arborist, is going to need to be met by, at the end of the day, if this were to be approved and go to design, those townhouse units are going to have to be pushed back away from those sidewalks a little bit on both sides, away from the parking. There are, with that being a street design and those spaces not being counted as parking spaces because they're on street, there is a street tree requirement that's going to be put in. Now, it's not a huge, we're not talking about backing up those townhouses 25 feet away from the street, but a little bit. But I do think they're going to be in line with those types of modifications, that they're not going to have an excess parking problem.
Okay, and then last question for you, if I may. The stormwater and flooding issues are one of the ones that have kind of compelled me the most here. And I see the note on page 7 of our PDF, Part B there. When they have to come up to code and they're talking about managing the water that runs across the property, is that just the water that's generated on site, or is that also managing whatever water due to topography moves across the site that right now is kind of draining under the woods, but in this case, if this is all built out, would have to run through their stormwater system? Like how does TPW stormwater?
I mean, generally, you know, the pre-development, post-development has to be no more significant than pre-development was. Now, generally how that's measured and the hydraulics associated with that, I'm going to have to refer you to our engineers in TPW. Generally, though, I mean, it's been, you know, my experience having sat and listened to those conversations with engineers, more than likely, and I know it's hard for the people that live downstream in the neighborhood to understand this, but there's a very real possibility that if this were to be developed, it would help the stormwater. Because you're probably picking up stormwater now off the 2 convenience stores that were built prior to, you know, the need for significant stormwater. That water is probably running onto this property and then running off, and some of that, if not a significant amount, should be caught in whatever type of detention system is built for this. But I'm not the engineer, and that's just based on information I've heard from other projects.
Okay, thanks. I'll say, since my questions took up so much time, I'll save my parting thoughts for after someone else gets a chance.
Thank you. Yes, Manager Williams?
Sorry about that. I believe the post-development runoff would need to meet the pre-development conditions, but no additional water runoff is expected, is what Public Works had told me to.
Did I get it backwards?
No, sir.
Okay.
Just repeat.
Because I totally could have. Okay.
Any more thoughts on item number 14?
I have just a few, Mayor Pro Tem, if you don't mind. So, I guess you're not minding since you're not saying anything. You should have stared at me. So, just real quick, you know, going from RM 25 to RM 1 is not a small leap. It's actually quite a big one, and I'm hard pressed to think of when we've done that as far as zoning issues go behind the rail, and certainly, you know, I've seen several iterations of this property come to us for several different uses. I hope we're going to be a commission, though, that listens to the folks that were here, that go by here every single day. Folks like Kent Middleton, who's been involved in all those iterations as well, as far as, and every time they come to us, y'all, I notice all the times they come to us about a different project for this particular piece of property, they always make a suggestion about what would work here for the neighborhood. So it's not as though they're not saying don't build anything here. They're saying here's something that would work. I mean, Andy Harrod's been involved. I know Andy Harrod gets up and blah, 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 and it's hard to understand that English accent, but he makes some good points, and he knows what he's talking about. Rob Trevina has lived in this neighborhood for several years. Ms. Fitzpatrick got up and made some comments about what would work here. So I hope we'll be a commission, that really listens to the neighborhood. I think that's important. I think that's important for our whole community to know that when you come and talk before this mayor and commission, I hope we're not going to pretend like we know what's best for the neighborhood, or we know what's best about how you want your neighborhood to develop. And I think in this situation, they've offered some examples of what would work, the cottage development that was brought up. So at any rate, I think Commissioner Myers made some really good points about what we should think about as this comes up for a vote in a couple of weeks. So thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I do have one extra point here, and it's really a request to the people who live over on the east side. The Planning Commission does not have any members who live outside of the loop on the east side. We are about to make an advertisement for 2 more planning positions. Isn't this fun tonight? Don't you want to do more of this? So I would, urge people to consider serving the community in the planning commission. We need representatives from the east side. Along with that, we are also doing future land use planning, and that's very important. One thing we have not brought up, and I didn't have time to dive deep into it, is that the whole area on Kroger's and Publix and behind it is one of the identified town centers that is anticipated as having more density. So we are going to have more density over there, but we also need your input on that. So when you see that posted for input on future land use, please do this. It's understandable that people come up when something is very close to home, but we also need citizen input from the east side for the long term and on the Planning Commission. So thank you.
Thank you. It is 8:15. And if you will hold that thought for 15 minutes, I promise I'll call you on first. How about that? Thank you. We're taking a 15-minute break, everybody.
Thanks for your
Okay, we're going to resume and follow our agenda, but I wanted to make sure I acknowledge Commissioner Hull before we left. I think he had a comment on item 14 still.
It seems like so out of sequence now, but yeah, I guess are our microphones?
Test.
Mine is working.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for us to balance the concerns of residents who live adjacent to development with the needs of the community broadly. And this seems to happen with most every development that comes before us, no matter how well designed. I hear Commissioner Meyer's point and plenty of the neighbors that, if this was a more compelling development, people would feel differently. And I've certainly said plenty of times, and I heard some planning commissioners say, we don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And in this case, it's more like the perfect being the enemy of the meh, perhaps. But, I think of some of the other developments we've approved recently and the rationale we've used for them, whether we're talking about Oglethorpe Ave or Newton Bridge Road. And when I think of how this is between Green Acres and the main commercial arterial of the east side, it's not just about fitting this into Green Acres. It's also about fitting it into that region of the county and acknowledging that the main driver, and there's plenty of data to back this up, of our housing costs being so high here, is the shortage of housing, which we have plenty of data to back up. So we've got to build it somewhere, and the other unfortunate reality is that when we approve cottage courts, people have to jump through all kinds of hoops because you can't build that by right. The meh kind of stuff tends to actually get built, whereas cottage courts live on paper and we've yet to see any go up. So, I don't know, I've also never seen so many people show up in support of a development that they weren't working on. I'm sure some of the people who showed up maybe are like friends with the developers or something, but it's been interesting to see the conversation in this community evolve as, more people push for alternatives that are missing middle housing when they're opposing a development, but also more people are showing up for just development in general because we have such a shortage of housing. So I guess consider me undecided between now and the vote, although I'm not sure it's going to make much of a difference on the outcome. I'd love to imagine there's a happy medium where a developer, if not this developer, can bring forth something that the community is on board with, but I'm also just not super convinced that anything notably better is going to happen on this lot that really meaningfully addresses what concerns are left in the neighborhood. So that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Okay, we're going to move on to item 15. Item 15.
All right.
Mr. Brad?
Item number 15 is a request to rezone property at 180 Moss Road. This is a straight rezoning request. It does include a conceptual plan that was presented to you as part of their application, but it is only that conceptual. The request is rezoned from AR, agricultural residential, to commercial rural on about 3 acres at the corner of Moss Road, Spring Valley, and Athena. And the concept plan is, it shows a convenience store that includes sales of gas along with 2 additional retail tenant spaces. But again, this is really much more about whether or not it's appropriate to change the zoning on this 3 acres from AR to CR, and not about whether or not you completely agree with the design of the concept plan that they're presenting you, because there's no, it's only that, conceptual. Here's the property. You can see here it's at the northeast corner of, that's Moss directly below it, Spring Valley to the left, and then after you cross through that intersection, Moss becomes Athena. 3 acres, currently wooded, currently zoned AR. There's some variety of zoning in this specific area. Everything on the west side of Spring Valley Road, which is the one running diagonally from bottom to top, is employment industrial. And then there are a few strips of RS-25 zone property. You see really just sitting, the lots that are right under the title of both of those slides, 180 Moss Road, those are RS-25 lots other than AR. But the request would change that single corner to CR. CR is compatible with the rural future land use, so it's being reviewed as a type 2 straight rezoning request. Again, here is the concept plan showing a building consisting of 3 spaces, one of which use being a convenience store, which is what allows the sales of gas, but it does carry with it by ordinance, it's a 2,500 square foot restriction on a convenience store. Other than that, the other use within our code that allows the sales of gas is considered quick vehicle servicing. It does not carry the 2,500 foot restriction on size, but is also only allowed in the commercial general and then maybe perhaps at some of the employment industrial zones too. So the retail sales and services permitted in CR up to a total of 10,000 feet on a parcel. Those other 2 spaces, if this were a binding plan, would be the retail component. But the gas sales comes out of the 2,500 square foot convenience store as proposed. And that's how this is working as a conceptual proposal. Planning Commission talked about this pretty extensively while recognizing it's partially compatible with our comp plan. They had concerns with the lack of integration and the introduction of this type of really an autocentric, the potential of autocentric uses immediately adjacent to the Firefly Trail. And I jumped right past that. The left-hand side running up along the eastern side of Spring Valley Road, you can see the proposed location of the Firefly Trail. Actually, those 6 or 7 parking spaces that run right up to it north of the entrance driveway are within the construction easement for the trail as well. And we think if this were to ever be developed, that those spaces would have to come out. But it is adjacent, and that was a concern of the Planning Commission, is proximity to the trail for this type of a use. And given the fact that immediately across the street, there's already what appeared to be a significant amount of undeveloped property appropriately zoned to allow this type of a use. Therefore, they didn't feel the need to rezone existing AR land jumping Spring Valley Road with this CR zoning classification. And so with that, Planning Commission is sending forward a recommendation to you with a unanimous vote to deny the rezoning request.
Okay, this is District 3. Commissioner Taylor is.
Input, public input.
Oh, yeah, okay. Any input on item number 15? I'm sorry, sir.
Get it? Do you want this? For the first one as well. Again, my name is Frank Pittman with Pittman Agrarian Engineering. We're at 1050 Barber Creek Drive in Watkinsville. I'm here representing the plan that you guys saw is my plan. Representing the property owner. This developer is the current owner. They've owned this property since 2007. They have owned other stores and currently own stores as well. So they're not a developer coming in, picking a piece of property that they're looking at. They've owned this property for a while. So, talking about a piece of property on the other side of the road may work better, and that may sound good, but they own this piece, and so this is a piece we're looking at. The request is to rezone from AR to CR for a small convenience store and a couple of other commercial businesses, which could be, a Chinese restaurant, could be a Papa John's Pizza, something that would be useful in that area. This property is not conducive to agricultural use and really not conducive to residential use on this heavy traffic corner, basically at the intersection of Spring Valley and Athena. The Firefly Trail will run along the western side, so this would make for a good pit stop for somebody traveling on the trail, and it was, there was a neighbor that mentioned at the planning commission about how there's another store a mile and a half further down the road in Winterville, but I know if I'm on the trail, I may not want to go another mile and a half. That's far enough for me usually, so I may need to get a drink and head back. So I do think that it is a benefit for the trail. It does conform to the future land use map, and the owners are here tonight. I think they're going to speak, but we would ask for you guys to approve this project. I think it would be good for the neighborhood and for the whole kind of northeastern part of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that in the audience would like to speak to item number 15?
Good evening. My name is Ashok Thakkar. I've been a resident of Clarke County since 1995 when I started working at Lace Wood Mart, 100 Macon Highway, exit 6 on Millage Avenue. I am pretty sure I've seen every one of you at one time or the other. And my experience running a convenience store has been extensive since 1995 all the way to 2022 when I left the store. And the reason why I left the store is because now I wanted to go ahead and develop this that I had bought in 2007. The one on Millage Avenue that I ran, I have had very good luck finding good employees that I worked with, and I've been a hands-on operator over there the whole time. I would even boast to say that I have, in my resume, extensive awards from Shell when they do their mystery shopper programs that tells them how well I run the store. And that tells you that I am not a person or a slacker who's going to make a store kind of, an iffy kind of place where people don't feel comfortable to stop by. I have had that kind of, feedback from the neighbors during the last meeting. I wasn't in the meeting because I'm new to this. I wasn't sure if I needed to be there. I should have been there. But there was this opposition about it brings crime, and that is hogwash. I don't believe that. If a store is run right, if the lighting is appropriate, if the staff, spends time in the store, the owner spends time in the store, that is his livelihood. He's not going to let it, get away from him. And I commit to that myself, that, when you see fit to zone this for my use, I will not let you down. I have not let the neighborhood of Millage Avenue down. I have many, esteemed citizens of this city as my customers and well-wishers. All I have to say is this development will be a very valuable addition to the trail, because we can be used as a pit stop, as Mr. Pittman said. And I am going to go way beyond whatever is required to adapt and for the trail users to have a better experience at my store. And I use this word very carefully, experience. I am not there to make that dollar and say, see ya. No, I am there for every day, and I've been every day at my store on Millage Avenue for 25 plus years.
I think your time is almost up.
I am sorry if I kept repeating because I'm not a big time speaker, but I got some friends that'll speak up for what I just said and support me. Hopefully you see your way of giving me this permission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody, Anybody else? Oh, okay, here you go.
Good evening. My name is Deepa Patel, longtime Clarke County resident and proposed tenant. I have served my community for last 24 years as an operator for a convenience store and a gas station. I truly do believe that my presence has been always supporting to them and myself. In short, it always has been mutually beneficiary. I have been an hands-on operator with almost care for service to my customers even during the tough times of COVID restriction. I had managed to keep my store and gas pumps available to my customers to the best of my ability, even when it did not make financial sense to keep the business open all those hours by myself. This was done because of my way of being able to serve my customers in their hour of need. I'm absolutely sure that I can serve this community on Moss Road and Spring Valley Road when you approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there others? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Robbie Gurley. I'm a resident of Madison County. I've worked for Ms. Deepa in many capacities over the last 5 or 6 years, but I've known her for a lot longer than that. I know about as much about zoning as I do about the space shuttle, but I can speak to their character. They're hands-on with their customers. They're loved in their communities. Most of the people that visit Deepa's store know her by first name. A lot of them have her personal cell phone number. She's not the kind of tenant that just is out for the dollar. She likes to embrace the community that's around her, to put her business to the community and the needs of the community around. It's one of the things I really respect about her, really like about her. I didn't have anything prepared today. She called me at work and said she needed my help, and I come down here. She's just that kind of a person that people around just want to help. Like I said, she embodies the people around her. She embodies the community. She's not the kind of person who is going to bring negativity to a community, and she's not the kind of person who wants to make less of her community. She wants to uplift it. She wants to bring value to it and bring a personal commitment to it. So anything that she's planning on being involved in, she's going to be 100% in. Like I said, I can't speak to the zoning or anything, but I can speak to these two's character. And they have the kind of character that I trust. I visit her store daily basis most of the time. And I would rather go 10 miles out of my way to visit her store than to go to most stores around my community. So all I ask is, don't just put it on the zoning, but put your faith in the people too. The people that are going to be behind it, and the people that are going to be running it. Appreciate you giving me my time.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Alan Stratton. I live at 339 Stone Creek Drive in Hull, Georgia, which is located right down the road from one of Miss Deepa's stores that she has in operation right now. I'm retired law enforcement. I served Madison County for 11 years before I went to the state as a special agent. Not one time have we ever had a call to, her establishment. Not one time did we ever, have any kind of problems there. Character and integrity is what comes to my mind. I've known her now for 22 or 23 years. She knows my children. The one young lady that was up here a while ago speaking on the other thing, the beautiful little blonde-haired girl with the pink shirt is my daughter. She's known her since she was tiny. It's like this gentleman right here said a while ago. So now I own a company. I I will go out of my way to let my vehicles get filled up at her store before I'll have them to go anywhere else. It's always nice to see her and her family. This right here, that would be a great thing. Not just for the adults that's walking the trail and everything, but for the children as well. Miss Deepa, if a child walks in her store, and she is she's always been committed to all of her stores. She gets around, she makes sure that nothing's needed. But what I'm trying to say is that it would be great for that, not only for the parents walking the trail, but for the children as well. When a child walks in her store and she is there, she's going to aggravate them a little bit. You know, she may even give them a free piece of candy. You know, just knowing her from when my children had grown up and everything, that there's no other store that I would have went to. You know, and now, you know, that she's trying to start this right here, I would support that store as well. Anytime we do work in Athens, I'd be sending my guys to that store as well. But I'd need a lot more time to keep on talking about her and her family. She's family oriented. She's always put the public around her, you know, first. There was a trailer park back behind the Diamond Hill Grocery, and some of the people was less fortunate, and if they didn't have means to pay for something, there have been times that, you know, she would help them out and let them come back at a different time and settle up with her, if they could settle up with her. I don't know how much money she's lost, but I'm sure that she was more than grateful to be able to help somebody. So, you know, I support her in all this. I'm sorry. Like I said, I need a lot of time. But anyways, thank y'all for listening, and I hope that everything goes as, you know, planned for her.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's getting late, so I'll try to be brief. I currently live in a house on Shadow Moss Drive. Been there since 2014. Prior to that, I lived at 1295 Spring Valley Road, about a mile from where this proposed location is. So I got out of the Air Force in 1991, and I lived there until I moved to Shadow Moss. So I'm a longtime resident in that area, and I can tell you, it needs. There's no gas station or anything within at least a 1 mile radius in all directions. So it needs this thing. I can talk about the character of Deepa and Ashok Thacker. I've worked for both of them, maintenance work on their stores. They both have the highest degree of professionalism and integrity, high moral character. That area, excuse me, let me look at this. This is a short notice to come out here and speak. So I understand the proposed tenant is going to be a convenience store and eating establishment, and there's nowhere around there for the people to get it. And that area has grown exponentially in the last 20 years. I mean, it's probably doubled the amount of houses out there and dwellings from when I moved out there in 91. And there's been no place that offers so many additional services much other than going into the city of Winterville. So it'd be a benefit to the community, and it generated a lot of tax dollars. The way our county likes to spend money, I mean, we could use that. So I ask you to vote and approve this form. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sean Hawkins, and I worked for Mr. Ashok for, about 3 years. And that's what I'm here, not to talk about zoning, but to talk about my friend Ashok, my employer. He runs a very neat, clean store. Any of y'all would love to go into and not be afraid, not be scared to go into. He even turned down some money that a lot of other stores would take, and he's told me before, you don't want that type money. because you don't want that type clientele coming in here. You want people to come in and look nice. And he would be an advantage to have him in that community, I promise you. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I want to say good morning, but I know it's still night. But, here you go. My name's Scott Turner. I'm a lifelong resident of Madison County. I live where I was born and raised, which is about a half a mile from Miss Deepa's store at Diamond Hill. And I've been knowing Miss Deepa for well over 20 years when they first bought Diamond Hill Grocery in our community. And I can tell you this, the way the store used to be ran and the clientele it had was not very good. I wouldn't go up there much at all, and it's half a mile from my house. I drive 5 miles to Danielsville or Hull. But since Deepa and her deceased husband, Mel, took over the store, they have made major improvements on that property and have turned that store, completely around to serve the community. I know there's plenty of people that stop there. I stop there just about every day for one thing or another. And I know Ashok and Miss Deepa would do a great job if y'all will let them rezone this and, put a business there. And I know it would serve that community as well. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Phil Gaines. I'm a resident of Madison County, have been all my life. I actually had a house that was within walking distance to Deepa's store, Diamond Hill Grocery. And me and a lot of my family has known Deepa for many years as a manager of Diamond Hill Grocery. Known her to manage the store, keep it clean, adequate supplies, whatever you need. It's not only a store. When you come in, you're treated like family when you come into her store. I feel confident that when I would go to her store any time of day or night, I felt welcomed. I felt at ease because there was no kind of riffraff going on at any time. And I can vouch for my wife. She felt comfortable going there. She's 5'1", so, and I would take my grandkids in there at any time, and I felt safe of it. And she provides a high level of customer service and an inviting place to shop, I must say, for my family and myself and the community. She's been on hands-on operator at all times. I remember providing an asset to the community if y'all rezone this for them. Thanks for y'all's time.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Taylor had to leave. She had a death in her family, so that's why she's not here. So I'm going to open it up to any other commissioners Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Davenport, Commissioner Link. Then I'll turn to the.
Okay, thank you. And I do look forward between now and the vote on April 2nd. Is it April 2nd? Talking with Commissioner Taylor and learning what she's heard and where she is on this. But I tend to lean on the decision that the planning staff made that was to recommend with conditions, to approve with conditions. So I'm leaning that way, but I look forward to talking to Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. Commissioner Davenport?
Thank everybody who came out to speak. But the neighborhood across the street, unfortunately, I don't say unfortunately, but they're a working class neighborhood. Most of those residents were not able to come because some of those they work the second shift at some of the manufacturing places that are in the nearby area and in other industries throughout Athens. But speaking with Tiffany Taylor and some of the residents, they are opposed to this project. So if you drive up Spring Valley Road from Winterville Road, from the creek, well, going east towards Madison County, there's no commercial entity on the right-hand side, not none. The most lights you're going to get off of Athena Drive, which there's not that many street lights in that area, but the most lights you're going to get is going to come off Athena Drive from the Athena Studio, which is buffered by trees, and the FedEx Freight shipping company. So with a gas station with all that lights, with lights, which is highly needed, it's going to provide it's going to be a light nuisance for those neighbors who are across the street. Plus, the area is prime for residential development because everything on the east-hand side of Spring Valley Road, and I'm looking at Google Maps, are all residential neighborhoods. And just that plot of land, which seems ideal for a gas station, it's just right dead smack into what an AR residential zone. It doesn't really make sense. Across the street does make a little bit more sense, but I understand that the property owner does not own that land. But it will be, I would have to say, it will be a convenience for the Firefly Trail, but also is a type 2 rezone request from an AR to a CR. Is that typical for these type of streets, for Spring Valley Road? Or, well, for these type of streets?
I mean, we don't see a lot of AR to CR, but they are both deemed to be compatible zones in the rural land use classification.
Can you give me an example of a similar on that east side of town?
Of a similar location?
Mm-hmm. But if not, don't worry about it.
I'd have to think about that, but I mean, you know, where we've got commercial rural right now, I know is where Robert Hardman Morton hit Lexington, you know, in that area. Now,
Yeah.
Lexington, granted, is a bigger road, but those two corners, and then, yeah,
Okay.
I can't think of one off the top of my head.
It's just a weird rezone for me. And like with us going towards electric cars, why do we need more gas stations? I just keep seeing more and more gas stations pop up around town, but I mean, maybe we don't. Maybe our society is going to stick with gas, but just to see a gas station in this location doesn't make much sense to me. But I look forward to hearing from my colleagues and speaking with the Deepa family.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, so every once in a while I fantasize about moving out into the country, and I think about having to drive for miles and miles if I run out of milk or need a cup of sugar. And I spend my summer vacation in a really rural area that's been in my family for generations. And, you know, there's been a store just around the corner, not even a mile away, for years and years, and it closed down. And the amount of inconvenience that it's caused to not have access to just those basic everyday needs. You know, this seems like a perfect location for a convenience store. And I mean, I think the opposition seems to be to the idea of a gas station. And y'all know I'm no fan of driving. I have an electric car, I ride my scooter and take the bus almost everywhere I go. But you know, those gas stations often supplement businesses that really serve their communities. I mean, we've got a gas station in the heart of my neighborhood that is a real gathering place, you know, for folks that actually don't necessarily even live in the neighborhood, but, you know, drive through on their way to work. And, you know, I look at all the folks, working class folks that live near here and think about some of them, you know, might not have access to cars, or, you know, how much easier it would make their lives if they did have access to a convenience store. And I imagine that, you know, being on the Firefly Trail, this could end up being much more than a convenience store. You know, you could end up with a nice little coffee shop, ice cream parlor, you know, sandwich shop. It could drive some economic development, you know, drive some rural economic development as far as, farm stands and stuff like that. You think about the hundreds or thousands of people that drive by every day to go to some of those booming industrial businesses. Athena Studios just started shooting its first movie, so I can see how there's a real need for this kind of commercial entity in this precise location. And I'm not opposed to these little bits of spot zoning in rural areas because people live there and people need to get stuff. And, we're building the Firefly Trail for a reason, to generate this kind of economic development. I know there might be some fear about noise and light and stuff like that. And, I think that the conditions we could put on this might serve to buffer some of that. Buffer from the mobile home community across the street. But, it makes, you drive through rural communities and often, there's a store at the crossroads. And a lot of times those are stores that have been there for decades and decades and decades. I'm thinking of Poley Junction, driving out towards the river. It's, a long-standing tradition to have a little commercial center in the middle of nowhere at the crossroads where people are coming and going. And this makes sense to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Lane. I think I saw Commissioner Hull first, and then Commissioner Myers.
Thanks. Yeah, it's been interesting to see the totally different public input tonight versus Planning Commission. I think there were 10 people at the Planning Commission, and they were all opposed. And they were kind of sprinkled throughout neighboring areas, Moss Road, Wendell Heights, Spring Valley. I say that just so maybe everyone in the room is aware that when it comes to voting meeting, we might see a mix of what we heard tonight and the opposite. I just want to clarify, so Brad, this is a straight rezone, right?
Yes, sir.
The plans that are submitted, we're using as a reference point, but there's no guarantee that that's at all what would be built, right?
That's
And
correct.
anything under that zoning category would be allowed after the rezone occurs.
That's
including
correct.
if they sell.
Mhm.
And a gas station is a by right thing under that zoning category, like any commercial category, is that right?
A convenience store is a by right under the CR.
And
the restriction,
a convenience store can include gas pumps?
a convenience store can include gas pumps, but it cannot exceed 2,500 square feet in floor area.
Okay. With a straight rezone, can a condition be put on it to restrict certain types of use? Like, for example, could this rezone be approved, but say anything but a gas station? And so it could still be, say, some of these other things that, if I gleaned correctly watching the video and not talking directly with anyone there, the main concerns seem to be around the gas station specifically for a variety of reasons, including environmental and public health concerns that honestly I agree with a lot. So I'm just curious, is that could we go about this in a way where we approve the rezone but took out that allowed use?
I mean, you have the authority as the elected body to place conditions restricting uses, and this group has done it in the past.
Yeah, I'd be curious if the applicant would be amenable to that based on the variety of services it seems like they've offered elsewhere. Definitely nothing against the applicant, but the thing about a rezone is it's whatever it is for whoever's there, not just who's coming to us now. I guess the other thing I'm just curious about, I don't know if this is something we can get by email unless you know the answer off the cuff, but if we wanted to change gas stations being a by right use, is that, and require some kind of special use permit or something, what would the process be for us generally doing that, not just for this specific zone, but would that be part of our future land use discussions, or is that a separate code thing?
It's not going to be part of your future land use. It would be a text amendment that would be required, and you could go about it 2 or 3 different ways. Where convenience stores are permitted based on what zoning district, because really and truly, once you leave the 2,500 foot restriction and you get into the more, national chain, larger convenience store, gas stations, those are retail sales and service, and those are basically, we consider them quick vehicle servicing. You jump all the way up to commercial general is where they can go, and that's it. And then in the employment zones as well. So it would require a text amendment to either modify the definitions of convenience store and/or quick vehicle servicing, or to evaluate the zoning districts in which those types of uses are permitted by right versus special use.
Okay. Well, I'll just end on, if colleagues are interested, a thing that I'd love to see us pursue is restricting gas stations as a by right use in zoning generally. This is happening all over the community, and it's pretty rare that we hear from somebody coming because as a rezone, it's just happening a lot by right in other zoning categories, but often immediately adjacent to neighborhoods. There's one that's probably going to go up off Atlanta Highway right next to a rural neighborhood by right, and there's nothing we can do because it's a by right use by code right now, and that's not the only one. So as a separate but related matter, I'd love to see us pursue that, and I'm curious if at some point in the future the applicant would be willing to let us know their thoughts on restricting that use.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I too would say that there was very different public input at the planning meeting a couple of weeks back. What did I get deep? And first of all, I want to say, I used to go through Damon Hill when I lived in Madison County 38, whatever, years ago for 2 years. And if I were going through, it sounds like that Diamond Hill gas station would be the best place to stop. So you know, you have a lot of people coming out here. It's very impressive. But I ought to say that there were people who were coming out at the planning meeting were speaking against this for the most part. And one of the things they pointed out was that this is a rural area, but it isn't that far from other gas stations. So if we're going for gas from here to Winterville, I think it's 1.5 miles. It's about a little over 2 miles to over to the ones past the Kroger's on, what is it, Highway 72? Right. So for gas, it's not too far. Now, if you're in the Firefly and you are walking from Athens, you probably would really like the gas station there because that's about 3.5 miles from the racetrack. For people who are cycling, it is going out, part of the thing, it is going out into nature. So the idea of the Firefly there, for the Firefly, there's a lot of development and now a 1.5 miles down in Winterville where people are building things for people to eat and drink and so forth over there. So I just want to put that all into perspective tonight. So I definitely will stop at that gas station in Diamond Hill, though. So I look forward to hearing what we hear from Commissioner Taylor and then from other residents and so forth at the voting meeting.
Okay, great. Any more comments, thoughts? Okay, thank you. Brad, got one more to go.
One more and a text amendment.
And a text amendment.
No speakers for that.
Third item is a special use permit request at 141 Wilkerson Street. Special use in the commercial downtown. Proposed use is a fraternity chapter house. And chapter house meaning that there will not be any overnight residency there. It is the place where they have their functions, meetings, things like that. No required parking based on the chapter house type of use in the commercial downtown. There is on-site access to gravel parking, which is existing, and they are proposing, if approved, to remove a structure at the rear of the property and a couple of outbuildings that are currently encroaching into environmental buffer areas. It's an event space addition off the rear of the remaining house, and as I mentioned, no residence is proposed for this property. The fraternity chapter that is requesting this special use currently owns other properties in the immediate area around this subject property. As you see the property here, this is on the riverside of Wilkerson Street. Zone commercial downtown within the River District. This is the structure that will remain from the front as you see it. And then this is the site plan that would go along with the approval of a special use that would become binding, showing the removal with some of the structures and things to be put in the back. Planning Commission recommendation is for approval. It's compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan for the reasons noted above, as well as with the future land use. It is in close proximity to downtown. And, this is the Phi Capital. We've seen these before, looking at other locations where they have been unsuccessful in finding a home. And the Planning Commission sends this one to you with a unanimous recommendation to approve.
I'll go ahead and start since it's in my district.
Public comments.
Oh, heaven forbid.
We gotta
I
speak just a
forgot. You've
bit.
been waiting this long.
You're going to take this man's voice
Jump up
away.
there. Carry on.
Brett Thurman, 330 Research Drive, Athens, Georgia, and I represent Phi Kappa fraternity. So we have been here before, as Brad stated. And most all of you have been on the commission for the last 3 years that we've been working on this. We're not going away. The fraternity felt so strongly about this property that they chose to buy it. So they own the 5 parcels. We're trying to keep the development downscale from what could be there. So we're tucking the chapter house in behind an existing house. It's going to remain. That house is a house with bedrooms, but that's all going to be converted to small group space. So there'll be no bedrooms on this parcel at all. The surrounding properties have houses on them that are rentable. Phi Kappa owns those. We expect a number of fraternity members to live in those houses. We are, where else can a fraternity go except for Millage Avenue with controversy, or hopefully in the downtown region without controversy? And so that's why we feel like we've hit on a really great spot here, and we're going to see this through. So we hope you would as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be it's nice to be here and be the easy one. I'm Alan Cleveland. I've been here before. When I was here before, I'm working on behalf of the fraternity, but since I was here, I've been elected president of the nonprofit housing corporation that owns the property. So I'm here as the president of that corporation. We've wanted to do something that was historical, something that would be in a place where we'd be welcome. I think we really have checked all the boxes here for you guys. We've bought 6 of the 10 houses that are still standing, 3 of them dilapidated and not habitable, and we are going to save 5 of the 7 that are habitable in what we all call Pottery Town. The historic nature of this area was the pottery, which has been closed since 1913, but what we all kind of think of as Pottery Town is really Wilkerson Street. And so we're going to keep it 1 story, and we're going to keep it all just like it is. The new building is going to be in the same character of the structures that are there. They're historical in age. They don't really conform to any sort of period style like Greek Revival or Federal, but we're going to keep that character and improve the streetscape. So we're checking the box there. And around this property, there's not a single private landowner. They're all corporate entities, government, state, and corporate rental. This is a student area. I lived on this street in 1986, and that was almost 40 years ago, and it was rental property then. And the Mingledorfs, you can thank them for preserving it, because I think they assembled all this land probably 20 years before that, and it's been rental property for a long time. So, but the most important box that we can check for you guys. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Matheny, do you have? No. Okay, we're going to turn it over to Allison Ray. She's been so anxious tonight.
Well, it's been a long day. We started at 3 in this chamber, so it's been a long day. I recommend that you guys look through the packet. I support this completely. We welcome this unhoused fraternity in this area. If you look back at the demolition, I already approved the demolition for the dilapidated things behind here. If you go back to that report, you can see some pictures of behind here. There's more pictures. And then the report is excellent coming from staff. And so I'll be, if I could put this on consent agenda, I would ask that we do that. But I hope that you guys will support these guys landing here. And Mr. Cleveland is also on our Historic Athens board. So the genuine approach to this area is not just with this current assignment.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, congratulations, y'all. I think you might have finally found a home. I actually have spent a bit of time in this house because I had a good friend who lived there back in the mid-90s. It's a sweet little house, and my friend was an interior design major, so she had it done up. And I'm really, really grateful to see Pottery Town saved. I had written it off. I thought we all had, you know. I really thought that we'd see yet another big box student high-rise sitting there. So it's good to know that some of that history will continue to be told simply by the fact that those structures will remain. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Davenport?
I think Fire Capital has finally found a home, and I thank the developers for preserving Pottery Town. Look forward to approving this.
Any comments to my right here? All good? Okay.
Right.
Brad, Brad got one more thing. One more.
Okay.
The change, there you go.
The last item is a text amendment that was initiated by this group to send to us for preparation to go, and as you know, these text amendments go to the Planning Commission for recommendation. This is dealing with zoning ordinance text amendments. It's an amendment dealing with amendments, which is a type 1 procedure, and currently our ordinance says for zoning ordinance text amendments, similar to what you saw a month ago with our short-term rental amendment language, it simply says the mayor and commission may vote to approve or deny the text amendment, and that it limits you to that language. And this was really brought to our attention as we were preparing to present to the Planning Commission and to you the short-term rental, just based on what we anticipated as being community interest. And so we wanted to make sure we had taken care of everything, and that's when it really came to light. So you asked us to prepare an amendment. The amendment that we have shown you is at the very end of a much longer, we basically gave you all of the type 1 procedure section, but we included that they may vote to approve the text amendment, approve the text amendment with conditions or modifications, deny the amendment, or remand the text amendment to the Planning Commission with comments from the Mayor and Commission for Planning Commission consideration. If a text amendment is remanded, it must be placed on the next available regular meeting of the Planning Commission in compliance with all procedural requirements for consideration. The remanded amendment, together with comments from the Mayor and Commission, must then be considered by the Planning Commission in accordance with their usual procedures. That is what we presented to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission had a fairly extensive discussion about this, and what they have sent to you struck one of the sections, which was approve the text amendment with conditions or modifications, but they included the language that gives you the ability that you did not have prior under the ordinance to state your concerns with what was sent to them, send that back to them, let them work on it a little more, and then they can't sit on it. It's got to go straight to them, and they got to send it back. Beyond that, I can tell you there was extensive discussion. If you have not watched the meeting, I can tell you that discussion started at the 3-hour and 4-minute mark. So if you have not and you're interested in listening to that discussion, I would encourage you to do so, because I would not give it justice if I tried to paraphrase what they talked about. They had some concerns, but so that's what is being presented to you now, is a modified version that gives you the ability to remand, but not the ability to modify.
Interesting.
And it was a unanimous vote.
And how long after 3:40 does it go?
3 hours and 4 minutes, and it probably goes about 15 or 20 minutes. Maybe not that long. But.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Commissioner,
Right, so this is, if it's a zoning item that comes to us, we could make a CDO and make changes among ourselves for a specific piece of property, but for this, and that doesn't have to go back to the planning commission, and we can change and do something different, but with the text amendment, we just have to, we couldn't do that, we have to send it back to them.
For other types of zoning actions, and we're dealing specifically with type 1 here, which are normally your planned developments, special uses in your airport overlay, rezonings that include future land use changes, all of those give you the ability as one of your options to approve with conditions. You can approve with conditions, deny. Only for text amendments being sent to you, that's the only type 1 action that currently does not give you the ability, doesn't even give you the ability to remand. It just gives you the ability to approve or deny. You can't hold it for 40 days. You can't send it back.
We remember that all. So I think Commissioner Houle is going to ask a question about the ADUs, right? So I look forward to seeing your response to that.
But he's got to hold up for one moment because I recognize Commissioner Link and then Commissioner
Yeah,
Davenport.
so I'm trying to figure out where this process ends. So if we're presented with the text amendment and we remand it to the planning commission and they have comments that don't agree with the direction the mayor and commission wants to take it, then we remand it again, like where does that process end?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
I don't know that I have a good answer.
Oh, Jesus.
That was a question I was going to ask. What is the process for like, the back and forth? But also, if we deny this, it goes back to the original plan, correct? Okay.
Yes, if you deny this, it goes back to the only approve or deny that's currently in the ordinance.
Where's the version of yours? Sorry, go ahead.
No, hold on. Commissioner Houle.
The agenda, Commissioner Wright, the agenda item has it on there. I can try to give you the page if you want, but
Thank you.
it's like highlighted gray.
The staff.
Yeah, it's on page 6 of 6, so it's in the last page of the attachment. You can see the strike-throughs.
Planning.
So basically, like, what was in gray is what staff proposed, with the strike-through in white being what the current text is that everyone agrees we should change or remove, and then the strike-through that's in gray is what the planning commission removed from staff's recommendation. Yeah, the really, I watched that meeting. The humorous irony in all this is that, yeah, we can only approve or deny this. Which they recognized in their lengthy discussion. One of the things that's been on the back of my mind for a long time is, back in the end of 2022, we were talking about accessory dwelling units, and we were kind of volleying some commission-defined options back and forth. And my understanding is that part of what we learned from that actually is that we probably shouldn't be applying the code like that. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think we did not, you weren't properly, that was a procedural error. We shouldn't have considered those techniques.
And so thankfully, we failed to pass anything because we were using a procedural error. But I think that also exemplified in the minds of the planning commissioners what's wrong with us offering up CDOs that don't go through some kind of review process. So my understanding was that was kind of their thinking here, is by keeping the remanding, you can send a formal request back that has some amount of time to digest before we finally pass it, and arguing that basically for broad text amendments, there's not a good argument for having to rush. So I think it's very funny that everyone thought, including the planning commissioners, that we had this ability. And then when learning that we don't, the planning commission decided to keep it that way. But if you watch their discussion, I think they make a pretty compelling argument. When I first heard of the result, I felt very irritated. And after I heard them talk it through, I thought it made more sense. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers, did you have your hand up?
No,
And if you
I'm
didn't,
still
if you
confused, and I
didn't,
have
don't
not
worry.
gone back. Go
Okay.
to Commissioner.
Commissioner Fisher.
Want to sort of address Commissioner Links and Commissioner Davenport about this back and forth. somewhere along the line, the final decision should be the mayor and commission. I'm not sure why we would continue to go back and forth with the planning commission, because the ultimate decision rests with us, not with them.
Yeah.
So maybe Attorney Drake, you can explain that to me a little bit?
This is unusual. I didn't hear the planning commission discussion. I can understand your frustration. I mean, there is a nuclear option if we wanted to straighten this out. You wanna hear it?
Yeah.
Because the planning commission is set up, you have the authority, we could remove the planning commission if we wanted to, as an entity, because it's in a different section of the planning and zoning code, and then we could amend it to allow y'all to make text amendments as part of reestablishing the planning commission. That's a nuclear option. So nuclear means it's probably something you would never do. But I'm saying, that's the only way we know to fix it. You follow what I'm saying?
But it would be effective.
Yeah, but that's the only way we know to fix this issue, right?
Go back.
But that's a nuclear option. A nuclear option is something you never do.
We've definitely changed text amendments through the years. I mean, I can think of specific times since I've been on the commission.
Well,
that
I do know this,
put
John
CDOs forth
Hawkins,
on-
John Hawkins was with us. He left a while and came back. He probably has as much knowledge about that planning and zoning as code as anybody. He immediately pointed out when he got back, I wasn't part of the discussion, he said, but he discussed it with you and Bruce, and said, y'all, you remember, this code has this weird provision that the commission can't amend text amendments, they can only, and y'all were like, and you were like, that's right, I forgot about that. And even, I think it was brought by Bruce, well, in the ADUs, we did that, and didn't, but that was a procedural error, So if you did that, here's the problem, though, why we were so careful with ADUs, with STRs, because we knew there was potential for litigation, which there has been, and that would have invalidated any action you took. You follow what I'm saying? So there was a really focus on trying to make sure, and maybe it should have been back then, but there was a really good focus from staff and from the attorney's office on making sure every I was dotted and every T was crossed, so we didn't create a situation that allowed some technicality, because zoning actions are strict compliance under the code. There is no equities, it's either you followed it to a T or you didn't, and so it was really important we do that. So if that was done in the past, it was just done in error.
So in the
And
interest
you
of
agree with that, right?
democracy, we're the elected body who represent the people, and the planning commission, I mean, like Commissioner Myers pointed out, there's nobody from the east side on the planning commission. In democracy, like, the final decision should rest with the representatives of the
And in
people.
fairness to the plan, I don't think it was the intent of what the planning commission said to you that we can continue to string back and forth and hold the cards. As much
where
as,
we're gonna end
I think
up.
what you will hear when you go back and listen to their conversation is that, and the ADU was one of them that was pointed out, that, oftentimes we spend 2 or 3 months as a planning commission working with staff to prepare something that we feel like is appropriate to send forward. And then at the 11th hour, right before the vote, it gets completely changed, and we never have an opportunity to provide any input. And I think that's why they felt like the remanding back to at least send back to them what it is that you have concerns with and why, and then they will continue their work.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was that we can hold the cards. But I will let you make that decision when you go back and.
Well, I get that, but again, like my colleague
I understand.
have said, we elected body, regardless, not this, want to discount, their input and what they provide. They provide a great job to our community, but initially the buck stopped with us. And, and we really have to answer to our constituents when we make these type of decisions. So I got some angst about this, so just know.
Yeah.
Hold up a minute, let me make sure. Commissioner.
Sure, I just want to say, maybe it's probably too late to do it this year, but it sounds like we might get the state to help us do a charter change, if that's what it takes. I mean, if it's in the charter like that, then they can certainly change the charter.
It's not in the charter, it's in the ordinance. So the planning commission's creating a separate vision. John was explaining to me, the planning commissions is in a separate vision of the code from the planning, from where they're created is separately in the code from where the zoning ordinance is. So He actually said he did this in another community where they had similar problems, but it's the nuclear option. I'm not, but you asked what we could do.
Oh, yeah, we were listening though.
Commissioner Lane?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about remanding, our input and hearing more from them and bringing it back. Like, I think that's an excellent idea, to, kind of get the two bodies' ideas all on the same page. But, making that them being the ultimate decision maker without having the input and the connection to the voters that we have is just, it's just really anti-democratic to me.
Okay.
Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Hamby.
I'm done.
Just real quick, I will, of course, go listen to those 20 minutes now. That was after the discussion of the Forest Road. I did hear the discussion of the Moss thing at the meeting, but then I left. But there isn't a way to, the state is very good. The state is very good at creating laws that preempt local control. Could you go in and to the description of the planning commission and create add something that says the planning commission does not have the last option on, that wouldn't preempt the other one below it, the more specific code?
That.
Oh, see?
We talked about that as an option. The problem is that the planning commission is, where they're created is not in the zoning ordinance. And our fear is someone would challenge and say, ultimately, you should have changed the zoning ordinance. We don't think it's the cleanest way to do it. If you wanted to do it, the way to do it would be to do away with the planning commission just for a period, make your text amendment where you see some governing authorities, you don't have a planning commission. The commission has the final say. It's not the normal way it is, but there are some governments like that. And generally, they're smaller local governments, but there are some that don't have a planning commission. For example, Macon-Bibb County is a large government, but it has a planning, the planning commission is the final say. They don't have, the local government has the local commissioners have no say over zoning matters. It's a little different way they have it set up there. Good and bad points to that.
Interesting.
But we talked about that, Commissioner Myers. I brought up that option, and I think after thinking about it, that's not the cleanest way to do it. We want to make sure we create problems, to get challenged on other matters, and it just, because zoning is so litigious, you have to be very careful you do everything exactly right, which we have seen, and we wouldn't think that wouldn't work. So bottom line, we don't think it would open us up to possible challenge to any zoning actions we made down the road that were controversial.
Hold up, Commissioner Link, I think I had Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, I guess I just, before we get too far into dwelling on nuclear options, I don't think it needs to come to us going to the state legislature or something. This is a board that we've appointed that I think is trying to do things that they think are good for the community in line with the reasons why we've appointed them. If anything, I think this is a good indication of a sentiment that I understand to be fairly common among most, if not all, of the planning commissioners, and that I think is fairly common among many of our BAC members, which is feeling kind of disconnected from this body and not necessarily having their input valued. I know that's something we get from staff too, and we're always doing our best to try to juggle everyone's perspective, but I really do think that finding some way to have a conversation with the planning commissioners would probably get us a result that we like without having to exercise a nuclear option. The other thing I'll say is, we've had the remand with comments function informally built into anything we've done, which is that if we approve or deny it, but say a bunch of things behind the rail that indicate what we'd like to happen, then staff or the mayor can act accordingly. I mean, we essentially remanded the STR with comments after approving it. It's just that it went through a different method of the mayor agreeing to approve it right away. So we could also do the same thing here, right? We could approve or deny this in a couple weeks and come up with, our best concise way of expressing what we'd like to see considered as different. And I have to imagine that the Planning Commission would be amenable to our thoughts. I don't think that they're trying to be combative here. I think they're trying to be thoughtful.
Okay. Oh, Commissioner Link, I'm sorry.
I mean, I would, I'd like to see this remanded back to the Planning Commission with our feeling, or assertion that the final decision does have to rest with this body. We're the ones who get the calls from the little old lady who can't get out of her driveway, or the person whose backyard is getting washed out because someone built a shed that's thrown all its stormwater on, or, you know, the person who just got their car hit because there's now a bunch of students living in the neighborhood and they have to park on the street. And it's, I mean, we're the ones getting the everyday calls from the reality on the ground. And I am all about, you know, the white papers and the ideology of good planning and urban design and urban, I mean, just the densification that's needed to accommodate a growing community. But the reality on the ground is we've got infrastructure on the ground that cannot accommodate the ideals, and we're the ones who hear about it every day. And, you know, I feel like because we have that human connection with the people who are living the reality on the ground, we're the ones who should have the final decision.
I mean, unless somebody else has another idea besides nuclear or whatever, I'm going to suggest that, and now it's more of you than me, but I'm going to suggest that we move on, and I know we'll be prepared to have more discussion on this at the voting meeting. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Thank everybody. Back and resume my seat. Yeah. Want me to stay here?
You're looking, enviously as Brad gets to leave.
That's another thought.
Not fair.
And we got 5 items off the consent agenda.
All the same people. I gotta.
Where are those leftover sandwiches?
It's 2, 6, 9, and 11.
Are they? When was it we ate that? 5 hours ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but I'm gonna do the ones that. Okay.
This is not your own day. You made that bad.
Where is my?
All right. We're going to move on, and we're heading to new business, and we had, I think, 4 items that were
Yeah.
pulled.
2, 6, 9, and 11.
And I got y'all. Got you. I got y'all. I'm good. Tiffany, Commissioner Taylor said that on item number 2, which she pulled, she is saying that she would just rather for it to go back on consent, Madam Clerk, unless anybody else has anything to say.
I have something to say. I mean, because I'm the one who, just quickly, I requested the analysis of that intersection at First and Vine Street, because First Street is scary, y'all. And part of what inspired me to do it is I have a friend who lives on First Street who ended up with a car on his front doorstep, having jumped a curb, taken out a stop sign, jumped over the 3-foot wall in front of his house, and landing on his porch. So, if we can get another stop sign there, hopefully it'll slow down some of that traffic coming around the corner and down the hill. And turning off of Vine Street can be really sketchy because you do have a curve and people are whipping around First Street. And, I'm hoping that we can do more to calm the traffic on First Street because it is really scary.
All right, well, then you have no objection putting it back on consent?
I would love to see it back on consent.
Okay. I do believe, and I'm sorry I didn't put down everybody's name, that I think Commissioner Houle, you were...
Yeah, back when I didn't think there was going to be this many hours in. I sent some questions to staff in advance. I don't know if you all have answers to any of these already. But for number 6, I was wondering if you could clarify the relationship between that and number 11, basically. So number 6 is the budget transfer regarding the recovered materials processing facility. And then number 11 is, the new facility that we're building. And I guess the root of my question is, are we are the things that we're pulling money from things that will eventually need to be done? And if so, would that be like after the new facility's built? And, you know?
These are good questions. So the agenda report, this agenda report is just to keep this one operational, number 6, until we can get the agenda report number 11, the new one built. And the answer is no. Once the new MRF is built, we will no longer need the bale storage at the old site. And we should be able, if the new MRF advances expeditiously enough, we should be able to hold off on the pavement at the old MRF until the new MRF is complete, due to decreased heavy truck traffic. So those are those answers.
Cool, thank you. Happy to put it back on consent.
Okay, and that was 6 and 11?
I had a different question about 11, actually.
Oh, okay, so 6 is just going back.
Yeah.
Okay. The next is, I think it's also you.
Yeah, 9 is a question about the Sanford Stadium sanitary sewer interceptor. It's very alliterative. So adding up the, money for the company site engineering and for Jacobs leaves this like $624,000 extra, and I'm just curious what the idea is for where that money is going to go.
Sure. And I do want to say, even though it was today, I greatly appreciate that the questions in advance. It gave us time to find the answers, and I can share them with you in the public real time. So what staff shared with me, the specific question I think you had was, what's the extra $624,000 for? And so staff relays that all water and sewer projects have a 5 to 10% contingency due to unknowns. A good majority of our community is in rock, which makes it difficult to gauge the rock material until the contractor actually starts trenching. There's several water and sewer projects approved by the Mayor and Commission with these similar provisions. That additional contingency allows PUD to continue to install and construct critical infrastructure in a timely manner without stopping the project and coming for approval. So along those lines, the following projects had contingency built in approved agenda items, and there is 8 of them, and I could name them if you want, but we will put them in the follow-up report.
Happy to have them in the follow-up report.
The Upper North Oconee 2B sewer project did not have contingency, which resulted in PUD coming back to the Mayor and Commission with additive change orders twice. This one is very complicated. It's going through the cemetery. I can personally attest that we've done ground penetrating radar. We've been very reticent to do anything that would disturb that. So getting the sewer across the river on top of that can and will be challenging when it rains and construction has to stop. So that all those unknowns will be captured in the contingency to keep the sewer project on track to be completed in 1 year. And as you know, there are capacity issues that we're facing, and so this has had a long fuse. And there are other enabling projects. Well, this is an enabling project for some of the work going back up the line a little bit and working with UGA, and so we need to keep it on a good timeline.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall?
Also happy with that back on consent, yeah.
Commissioner Hall's putting that back also. Okay.
Thank you for the very thorough answers, and I really appreciate staff getting them in time. So yeah, I guess you want me to do 11 too?
Yes, sir.
Maybe you don't want me to, but I guess we're here. I guess you got my questions there already, but the thing that kind of stuck out to me here, we talked a bit about solar here in the past, and I was really glad to see that built into the facts and issues of this agenda item, which is 4 through 6. But I was struck by this policy, our SUST 002 policy, that's based on just square footage of conditioned space. And recognizing that this is like a very high energy facility, I'm assuming that there's still probably a good reason to use alternative energy to power things beyond just heating and cooling. So the kind of 2-part question was, why not also consider kilowatt hours or something like that in addition to just square footage of space as a consideration? And the more important thing for this agenda item is, am I reading this correctly that staff plans to treat this project as if it were required under that policy, even though it's not? Or would we actually have to somehow indicate that we want to mandate it for the staff to treat it as it having been so? Does that make sense?
And so I was not able to get that response today, and I would love to clarify that with our sustainability officer before I give you that answer.
I would like to keep that one off then if we could, although I'm excited to support it moving forward. Just want to understand how that.
That, number 11, not on consent, right? Commissioner Poole?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Moving right along with new business, we're at item number 18. The FY2 Community Partnership Program, funding recommendations. There is no one left in the chamber for comments. So we have worn everybody out, or they have worn us out. So I'll turn it over to commissioners.
Consent.
Consent?
Consent, thank you.
Which one are we on?
Number 18.
I'd actually like to keep that off, but we don't have to talk about it. I mean, I'm curious if it's worth considering that since this is our first time doing this project and there is what one could potentially call kind of an arbitrary overall dollar amount attached to this, whether we might want to.
Okay, keep it off.
Yeah.
Some kind of CDO or something, so.
Okay, so off of consent, please. Approval of additional ARPA funding for eviction prevention program.
Consent.
I do have one question.
Can we just take it off of consent then?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Get the question in here.
Yeah. Let's just take it off.
Okay.
Work with me. Number 20, Government Operations Committee GOC report.
Hopefully consent. Straightforward. We're looking at ways to include WMBE programming through, so.
Consent.
Consent.
Crosswalk policy update and annual project approval.
Consent. We had a work session on this.
So.
Wait a minute, hold up.
Oh.
Commissioner Hull and somebody said what over there?
That's good. I'm good with consent. I'll put my question in an email.
Okay.
You know, we've been discussing, including earlier today at Big Rocks, the unallocated fund balance and capital needs. Am I understanding correctly that the 4 projects on here that are listed as pending funding, that means that all that's standing in the way of them getting done is the need for money, right?
I believe that there were 2 in here that were offered.
There's 2 that are being funded, and then there's
Yes.
4 more where I think all that's standing in the way is a lack of funding.
I believe that's correct.
So since staff has already done all the labor of getting us to the point where all they need is the funding for it, I'd like to ask my colleagues to consider whether $132,800 from unallocated fund balance or some other source that staff deems more appropriate might be worth injecting in here to get all the projects that are ready to go actually done, since we know there's a very long list for them to still work through after that. It's a public safety matter, so.
Leave it
anyway,
off.
Leave it
Leave it
off,
off
please.
consent.
Leave it
No
off consent.
CDO.
Leave it off consent.
It's off
then.
the consent.
Yep. Leave it off.
I feel like it's better for us to talk about it now than
Do
via
a
email and
CDO.
phone
Not
calls.
really.
Well,
Not really.
yeah.
It's been a long
Nobody's going
day.
to talk back with you, I don't think.
A long day.
Okay, it's off of consent. And that's, okay. Number 22, amend the Animal Shelter Services F24 budget.
Consent, maybe?
Consent. Take it off at the voting session if you need to.
Yeah. Okay.
There's no dollar amount attached to it. Up to?
Oh.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Good?
And like Commissioner Hamby said, you could take it off at the voting session if it comes to that, if there's some other brainstorming we need to do. Item number 23, Splash 2011, Lennon Project, Public Art Project Concept.
Leave off.
Off?
Off.
Okay, it's off. Jean, you keeping up with us here? It's off. Okay. Number 24, Splash 2020 project. Number 3, Classic Center Arena, proposed construction. Contract change order to J.E. Dunn.
I like leave that off.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Okay. 25, Splash
Please
20.
put that on consent.
25?
Yeah.
25 is okay?
Can we?
Consent?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 26, SPLOST 2020 project. Number 3, Classic City Arena, change order for project management services.
Leave off.
Leave off.
27, T-Splosh 2023 project. 30, traffic infrastructure improvements, proposed project concept.
Consent.
Okay, consent?
Yeah.
28, revised Office of Operational Analysis FY '24 audit plan.
Consent.
Consent.
Say that again?
Consent.
What did Patrick do?
Okay, well, no, consent, I'm sorry. I'm looking, yeah.
Consent.
You okay
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
consent? 29, periodic audit of tax assessor's office.
Not consent.
Nope.
No?
This is the first audit that's come through. I think we just, just for the public.
So
We
off.
need to leave it off. Leave it off.
Okay.
Sounds good. Motion to adjourn?
No, we're not adjourning nothing. Stop.
That's right.
Just stop. First of all, I'm going to turn this over to Manager Williams in a moment. But I do want to say that when there was a full house, I was going to say I would be remiss after we had such a fiery meeting, the last meeting, with so many people speaking out about Lakeland Riley, and then we had the death of baby Corin. And I just wanted to let the community know that, we're very empathetic about both of these deaths, and that we know that people's feelings are being, the button is being pushed a little bit. And I know there's been things that have been said that have been hurtful to everybody at one time or another. But maybe these deaths can be a point of where we come together. Maybe we can look at it as another way of how we work together. We know if there's ever been a time that illustrated how different this community is, I think those two deaths have brought it to our attention, and we should use our differences as our strength. That's what I'm trying to get to. Now, I was going to go one step further and ask for a moment of silence for the two, but there's nobody else in here to be silent, so we'll be silent in our own way over there. So we're going to turn this over. So please accept my my last words of encouragement, that this should be the beginning and not the end, and we should be the community that rises up out of flame like the phoenix. With that, Manager Williams, I will turn it over to you.
I'll be brief, but this is Assistant Manager Josh Edwards' last Mayor and Commission meeting. And I think we gave him a good send-off with 7 hours in the chambers.
Always remember it.
I did want to say that I'm
Back to this.
I'm grateful to Josh for committing 5 years of his career and his life to our community and local government. If you know Josh, he's got a pure love for local government and a natural curiosity about all things. And I'd say he's well along in perfecting his objectivity and working with elected officials. As he progressed, he took on more responsibility and developed the depths of his abilities, especially in the second half of his time here. You could really, I think we all marked his progress and his confidence growing. I've learned a lot from him, a great deal, and I think I know he's made a tremendous impact on this government through his daily interactions, his support of staff, and his leadership on both the core values and helping with the strategic plan. I believe this is a dream realized for Josh. All of the education experience he's worked so hard for were for this very moment. and now the York County Council are unanimously convinced he is the person to lead their community in the future. We wish you the best, Josh, and we're always here for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to share anything with Josh? Do it outside afterwards. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I know, I'll do this briefly. Josh, thank you, first of all. Josh lives in my district, so that's why I want to say something. He lives in my district, and I appreciate everything you have done for this community, for this government. And you go into my home state, so you go into an area that's booming and really progressive. There's a lot of growth there, so I wish you well. Don't forget about us, and please keep us in your prayers.
Thank you, thank you.
And we'll do the same with you.
Will somebody make, oh, Josh, would you like to say something?
I appreciate y'all. I've really enjoyed it. It's been a great 5 years, even more than I imagined. You know, the benefit that I've received, I hope I've given back to this community.
Oh, yeah.
I've learned a lot. I hope I've given a lot back. I appreciate Blaine and his leadership. He's taught me a ton. He's included me in a lot of things that he didn't necessarily have to, but he wanted to benefit me and help me into the future. So I appreciate all you've done, Blaine. And then just with GOC, Property Committee, the opportunities to engage with y'all in smaller groups, out in the community with residents, looking at streets and stormwater. Those are the things I'll always remember, and I appreciate y'all and your hearts for this community. And I will definitely be checking in. I want to see a show at the arena someday. I want to see some of these projects completed. So I'll come back. You'll see me. I'll surprise you.
We'll come to you if you don't.
Thank you.
Well, Mike, would you make a motion?
Yeah, we'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
It's been motion and second that we adjourn. All in favor?